those angels. Sometimes it just means a messenger.
Michael the archangel, when contending with the devil, he disputed about the body of Moses, durst not bring against him a railing accusation, but said, "The Lord rebuke thee."
And so the word archangel simply means that he is over, he arches over, he is the chief, he is over all the angels. And so he's not one of them, he's over them.
So he is also known as the angel of the Lord. Now, throughout the Old Testament, the angel of the Lord, when he appeared to people, demanded respect and worship. And some of the patriarchs and prophets claimed that when they came into contact with the angel of the Lord, that they had actually seen God, and they were afraid that they would die as a consequence. So who is Michael? He is the one who is what God is. So before he came to this earth and became man, the Godhead was represented.
Does it mean one of those angels? Sometimes it just means a messenger.
Michael the archangel, when contending with the devil, he disputed about the body of Moses, durst not bring against him a railing accusation, but said, "The Lord rebuke thee."
And so the word archangel.
Grace and peace, everybody. Before people get nervous, Fervent Charity, they sent me a video for YouTube. Before people get nervous, where I'm going to do a teaching. A lot of stuff is going down in the morning. Not in the morning. In the openings of the video, I'm going to play something, and I want to ask y'all who teach this doctrine. I want to know what people have deemed a Christian cult teach this doctrine that Michael the archangel is Jesus in a pre-incarnate state, or the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament. Who teach this doctrine? There's two things we're going to do, and this is one of them. Who teach this doctrine? I'm going to play something that has been considered heretical in the history of the church, and I want y'all to identify the group that teach this doctrine. Grace and peace. What's good with you, Landon? Covey, I see you.
Angel simply
Mean one of those angels. Sometimes it just means a messenger.
Michael the archangel, when contending with the devil, he disputed about the body of Moses, durst.
And they're gonna quote scripture. Oh, I'm watching. Come on, Landon. Where you at? Where Fervent Charity at? Oh, some of y'all, I want these. I expect some of y'all to know. Of course, Ellicott's gonna know. JT Mac Alton, y'all Sunday go. Y'all Sunday worship. I expect y'all to know. Fair use.
Durst not bring against him a railing accusation, but said, "The Lord rebuke thee."
And so the word archangel simply means that he is over, he arches over, he is the chief, he is over all the angels. And so he's not one of them, he's over them.
So he is also known as the angel of the Lord. Now, throughout the Old Testament, the angel of the Lord, when he
And when y'all see this guy right here, y'all already know who this guy is. He's a leading Seventh-day Adventist apologist / researcher. He do a lot of stuff on Freemasonry, the occult, the beginning stages of the church. Of course, they anti-Catholic, and he going on a whole bunch of that stuff. What's that guy's name? Every time you see this guy, you already know. You already know what it is. We got to get familiar with these doctrines, especially when we're on the internet. We got to get familiar with false doctrine, what the church have deemed heretical. Everything, one thing that makes me feel comfortable, and remind me to play that funny dude talking about he going to destroy Christianity. He want to destroy everything Christianity. I'm going to play some of that. Boy, y'all don't know we've been on the block. We've been on the block for One West. We've been on the block for Masonry mixed with Frank Cherry, and Crowdy, and gave y'all this nonsense. And ain't nobody lifting up white Jews. We're going to talk about all of that today. but we've been on the block. We've been dealing with this stuff. And I'm going to bring up ancient heresies to show y'all ain't nothing Sakari teaching. Ain't nothing nobody in One West teaching that we ain't dealt with in this church. I'm going to just lay that out right there. We've been on the block. Funny dudes. Fair use.
He appeared to people, demanded respect and worship. And some of the patriarchs and prophets claimed that when they came into contact with the angel of the Lord, that they had actually seen God, and they were afraid that they would die as a consequence.
Okay, listen to this, y'all. Let's listen to this, everybody. We're all right, just say good. I want to make sure the thumpers in here, the orthodox thumpers. Landon said Gabriel delivered wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. He talking about Gabriel now. What about Michael? We see Michael in there. It seems like every time Gabriel comes, it's connected with some type of announcements. That's what we teach historically in Orthodoxy. It seems like Michael has some specific connection to Israel. Someone want to see where these Israelites at with that. Landon, nameless soul, is Michael a pre-incarnate Christ? Nameless soul, I'm talking to nameless soul. I'm talking to Landon. Born again Rome, don't mess your life up. Matter of fact, fervent charity. Let me ask you, brother. Because they ready to get on you. I said, nope, you're going to leave him alone. And Bruce said, that's my peeps. Y'all can say what y'all want. Those my peeps right there. Fervent charity. What say ye on that? Okay, all right. Come on. Y'all laugh, but this why I landed around. He said, nope, don't give him none of that. Don't give him none of that. All right, neighbor said, see that, y'all? But y'all think everybody in Israel are heretical. Just because they name in Israel. So y'all got to separate what some of these camps out here teaching. Because remember, nameless soul in them, they've been saying for a minute, they've been up in here saying Esau ain't the origin of Europeans. So don't say all Israel doing. This is a hard job I got here trying to even bring this up because church folk don't want to hear none of this. And church folk just want to lump some church folk just want to lump all y'all together. Fair use.
So who is Michael? He is the one who is what God is. So before he came to this earth and became man, the Godhead was represented by Michael.
Michael means who is like God. He's not an angel. He is simply the head of the angels.
Have you ever wondered what
He's not an angel. Where's Storm Ready? Where the folk at right now that's going to talk about this stuff? He's not an angel. He's the head of the angels. Come on, y'all. Tell me if there's some book for that. Let me see what words y'all use to say if there's angels or there's another type of, and see if the Bible, let's see if this is theology school, as the people would say, and I'm going to straighten out some of that. Y'all don't be those type of people in here that just say silly stuff. And I'm going to explain why. Some people try to sound deep and they're using terms that they really don't know. They're just following and just repeating stuff from other stuff. And I just, if we're going to speak, no matter what side of the fence you're on, I want y'all to speak as knowledgeable people. If you're going to be a heretical in your views, speak as a knowledgeable heretic. Don't speak as someone that don't know. And I know that may offend some people right there, and the bad grandchildren to take that and cut it up. We're not promoting anything, but we're just saying, talk, open up your mouth and sound. Don't embarrass us as a people. That's all I'm saying. Don't embarrass us as a people. And I'm gonna get more into that with the upcoming debate. I'm waiting for the response on Michael, and I'm going to play something else. I think I was having some problems before with having so many windows open. So I'm going to try to close this up right here. Let me close that one. Let me close that one first, and maybe this will help us out. I'm going to show y'all something else because Elder Green is looking for Alan to have that discussion on the Talmud. What is the Talmud? I'm waiting for Elder Green, and angel just means messenger, Mello say. I'm waiting for Elder Green, and I think Dunamis is going to jump on. Hopefully they got this on message. I know I'm supposed to start earlier, but I may have to cut this thing short if, well, let me just wait. I'm going to play something else now, and I'm going to show y'all because the thing came up. Elder Green was a little worried when he heard about that there was some in Israel that didn't believe in the virgin birth. Is that an ancient doctrine? Is that an ancient heresy that came up? If so, what group taught that? We gotta know this thing. We gotta know this thing. This ain't nothing new. Ain't nothing new under the sun, including these heresies and these false doctrines, and ain't nothing new under the sun. We the people, that ain't even new. Black power, that ain't even new. Somebody asked me about you, Koviak, and you know, your email information and YouTube and all of that stuff. And well, 2 or 3 people asked. I think one was in the comment section. I told them you were still working on your degree and stuff, and I wasn't sure if you really had time. Where were you with starting a channel? Of course, clearly there's a lot of people out here that's looking to be looking to be educated in certain things and have discussions and have people reputable that they can go to that can show them how to research, how to search some things out. Let me play this though. I'm going to show y'all something right here. Sister Tracy Lewis, look at this, because this is what's out. We're seeing more of this. We're hearing this on what's the ones that had Sunday school? Atheist. What's that atheist channel over there? Everybody jump on that atheist channel over there. And this is something that's been around. And we're seeing a slight emergence of this. We're seeing the people are out here teaching this. And I believe Sakari teach this doctrine also, that virgin birth is garbage. That virgin birth ain't right and exact. Were there ancient Israelites that ever taught that, Elder Cox? Were there ancient Israelites that ever believed on Jesus but said he was a regular man? If so, what's their names? What's their names? Let me I might have to make this a part 2. Let me let this play right. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do some reading. I gotta do my own reading. All right, hold on a minute. Hello? Oh, you got it. Okay. All right, the ancient group. All right, I'm mute now. Thank you. The ancient group was called the Ebionites. Let's read a little bit about them. And we got to keep these names. I don't care what them handlers tell y'all. We got to know about these groups and names because our history is important as Bible believers. If you believe in Messiah, if you believe in Bible, if you claim Israel or not, the history is the same coming down. We can't reinvent history. We can't reinvent history. What is this? What page I got on here? I'm talking on the phone and I wasn't clicked on the wrong thing. Hold on, let me stop sharing this for a minute and see if I can get this thing together so I can read some of this for y'all. Just to make sure we're all on the same page. All right. All right, here we go. I'm gonna have to re-click on this thing here, and I think we got it now. Let me go back. Here you go. All right, who were the Ebionites? What type of people were these? Here you go. Ebionites, meaning poor. These are poor ones, people that took a vow of poverty. As a term refers to a Jewish sect. You can see the word Jewish here. People use that, in the 1st century. But when you see Jew, you can connect that with Israelite, not just Jew to everybody. Everybody that was considered Israel was considered Jew, which or viewed poverty as a blessing. Blessed are the poor and all of that stuff like that. That existed during the early centuries of the Common Era. Listen to this. The Ebionites embraced an adoptionist Christology. We got to talk about that now. An adoptionist Christology is that Jesus did not come down here as the Son of God. Jesus, because he kept the laws, the statutes, and commandments and walked so righteous according to the laws of Moses, that when he got baptized, the Spirit came on him, and then he became the Son of God. That's how he became the Son of God. And because he became the Son of God, he had a natural birth. So they knocked the virgin birth. There wasn't nothing miraculous. He didn't die according to sin. Salvation is in the law of Moses, and you got to live righteous, and righteous living is how everybody from the beginning of time always made it to the kingdom, or always made it in favor with God. So adoptionist Christology is that Christ was adopted as the Son of God because he walked according to the law, statutes, and commandments, his righteousness. When John baptized him, the Spirit came on him. That's when he became the Son of God. He realized, that's how come people were a little offended when they heard a video that I played, and Stephen Darby said that Jesus realized that he was the Son of God, because that's leaning towards the edomite doctrine, or the doctrine of adoption Christology, and that's a problem. And they use other passages. They say that when he died on the cross, he said, Father, while basically saying God has forsaken him, and that's when the Spirit left him. He didn't become the Son again. So he was adopted as the Son of God. Let me just keep reading it. Thus, understanding Jesus of Nazareth as a mere man, Jesus is regular, mere man, no virgin birth, mere man, not the Son of God, a mere man, who by virtue of his righteousness in following the laws of Moses was chosen by God to be the Messianic prophet like unto Moses, according to Deuteronomy 18. The majority of the Edomites rejected as heresies the Orthodox Christian beliefs in Christ's divinity. They were saying, no, these Christians running around here talking about Jesus is divine. Jesus ain't the Most High. Jesus ain't the Most High. Just like you have some groups doing today, they turned around and said, we were the false ones for teaching stuff like that. He was not divine, virgin birth, or substitutionary atonement. What do we mean when we use the word substitutionary atonement? I'm going to park right there for a minute. Even that's called Paul a heretic. All right. Yes. Let me see. What do we mean when we say a substitute? We're coxing them at. What we mean by that? Substitutionary atonement. What does that mean? Substitutionary atonement. I know y'all a couple of seconds behind, but this is important. Let me see where they at. The Lamb of God. I'm going to give y'all some. Come on. Jesus paid it all to him I know. What's another word? What's another word that his death on the cross? What's that theological word that it satisfied the Father? But it's a different word. I'm looking for that word. Come on, efficacious. And what do we mean by that? We got some dumpers in here. We got some folk in there. I think this gonna be good today. I think this is going to be good. They can't throw these folk off. And when you know what you're talking about, when you're familiar with the terms and the doctrines, because we've been doing this long time. A lot of them folk, they don't know these words, but we got these words. We got this stuff laid out. We say we say that his death was efficacious. Folk be like, what? We don't give me that white man stuff. That ain't white man stuff. That's Israelite stuff. That's the book. That's Paul of the tribe of Benjamin is touching the law blameless. This is original Israelite talk right here. And what they taught, how we become to understand these things. All right, let me keep going. And therefore maintain that Jesus was born the natural. You see that right there? The natural son of Joseph and Mary sought to abolish animal sacrifices. They believed that by prophetic proclamation and died as a martyr in order to move all Israel to repent. That's the Ebionites. That's a group of people. They didn't believe in the virgin birth. Do we see a resurrection of the Israelite of the Ebionite doctrine on the set? Absolutely. So let me show you some stuff right here. And they've been talking about it. We see some stuff on YouTube now, but some people, certain atheist circles, certain apologists, been having to deal with stuff. Certain seminaries bring certain stuff up because there are professors like Bart Ehrman, that's New Testament scholars with a higher degree in the field that teach in the university, and he's no longer a believer. He said, I used to believe. but I'm not a believer in that sense. But he's a scholar. So I ask people, can you learn anything about the early church from Bart Ehrman, about the Greek from Bart Ehrman? He's dangerous. He's dangerous. People say, why would you listen to Bart? And there are believing scholars, but y'all have to be open up to the fact that there are people out here that are scholars, and some of these slick folk will go grab a comment from Bart Ehrman and then grab something and, believe it or not, mix it together with something they've seen on Sinetta and come and think that they have done their research. Let me play some of this right here and let y'all see what's going on. Let me see if I can do it with that. Matter of fact, let me make sure I can do it with this one here first. Let me make sure I can do it with this one here first. All right, I think I can. All right, I have to use another window, but I think this is going to work. Let me see if I can share this one now.
We get anyone writing about a virgin birth.
The story.
Listen to these guys. Listen to these guys. They said a half a century appears before anybody writes about the virgin birth. Now you got to be careful. After the resurrection, a lot of people, there are a lot on Norman Geisler, on Josh McDowell. There are a lot of New Testament scholars and apologists will tell you that Mark appeared on the scene, and Mark is one of the shortest gospels, and some people believe that Mark was the secretary of Peter. So when we read the Gospel of Mark, we're reading the account of Peter. But Mark came up 35 years after the fact. Now, 35 years is not a long time, believe it or not, according to history, when we start comparing the writings of Herodotus and the writings of other ancient texts that come from back in the days that appear on the scene 700 years. How many years after the death of Alexander the Great do we have the writings of what he did? What about Caesar Gallic Wars? These go into the hundreds of years. Homer, hundreds of years, and what 13, 11 manuscripts? So we got Mark writing, we got gospel stories in the Israelite community, people that's used to an oral tradition, used to telling stories orally. That's how come Jesus spoke in parables. People can remember those things. That's one of the reasons, one of the three reasons that we have parables. So he's saying that Matthew, being that Matthew appeared maybe 50 years after the fact, that is a problem, that's when the virgin birth was first introduced. And you'll have people arguing, how come Paul never spoke about a virgin birth? Why would he speak about something that everybody already know? We'll get more into detail with that a little later on, but listen to what they're saying right here. Let me call these guys.
The virgin birth, I think, is baffling. You have in Matthew's gospel this genealogy that connects Jesus right back to Abraham, going through David.
King David, the possibly mythical second king of the United Kingdom of Israel.
Now, I want y'all to know, you see that he's a scholar from Oxford. These are scholars. They're unbelievers, but they're scholars. Now, they're going to get into the history of David, a possibly mythical character. They believe this is just what we would call Jewish lore or Israelite lore, that David didn't exist, that Abraham didn't exist, that Moses didn't exist. Moses represents some priestly thought that came down, and there was no one individual named Moses.
Israel and Judah, who supposedly killed a giant with a slingshot.
All going through Joseph, Jesus' father. Then the very next story is about how Joseph isn't Jesus' father. I mean, religious people are very good at getting their head around contradictions.
Yeah, Dunamis, go ahead.
There's a big one right there on the very first page of the New Testament. What did Matthew think he was doing? Why is he telling a story?
Go ahead, talk to them. I got to step away for a while. Let me get Ella Green too. Let me text him.
All right, grace and peace. What's going on? You see, we gotta that stuff in terms of history, to where I feel like there's a little disingenuous in terms of academia, to where there's certain people in academia that they'll deem historical, but the metrics that they use they just disown the Bible. You know what I'm saying? For the fact about Alexander the Great, you know, there's conquest, but he's written about 200 years later. So how do we know that Alexander the Great isn't just an amalgamation of the generals coming together, and he's just a propaganda piece to showcase their carry on Philip's legacy and using him to conquer the known world? You know what I'm saying? Or Caesar or all these folks. So I understand that there might be some things that might be, let's say, amplified, like with King David, because in Septuagint it talks about him being a giant, being like 6'3" or something like that. And at that time, men weren't really that big. But the same token, that doesn't take away from the meat of the story. You know what I'm saying? Or what this man was. So I feel like there's a little bit of, for some folks, they are trying to be as much as they can be open-minded to what's going on to source to let it come down. But then you have some folks who just, I feel like, just bang to bang and want to be either contrarians, or, you know, sometimes we'll say in our religious circles, a little antichrist, to where it's kind of like, are you being honest to the sources of what we can find? And then how much research are you looking into it? And how definitely can you say this person or that person didn't exist in history if we have archaeological findings? You know what I'm saying? With who was it? The guy that tried to kill Jesus, with his census and all that kind of stuff. So the archaeology is still not there. Can we really jump to conclusions, say these folks or these things don't exist, if we're finding more and more stuff every day about the ancient world? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, those are those things where I just don't think people are being honest to what's going on. And just because it's in a religious text, particularly the Bible, it is just being brushed off. Herod, yeah, thank you, Herod. Herod, you know, so there's a lot of stuff people still finding to this day. So then what do we do? Because even the fact of like giant bones, I know there have been some fakes, but there's still giant bones that still exist. So I don't know. That's where I feel like just academia, for them to be supposed to be open-minded and supposed to be always learning, I feel like there are folks who are either jumping to conclusions or folks who are taking their hypothesis and running it like it's fact of the matter.
Okay, he said he coming right now. He said I just had to hit him again. I'm sorry. All right. I want to. What did I miss anything too much?
No, just the preamble. You can let it play.
Okay, yeah. All right. I'm gonna let this keep going. So, and this is just stuff we got to deal with as believers. This stuff we got to deal with that's out here. There's scholars that's talking, scholars in the field. How do you handle something like this? You go back.
And then with that, like you're saying, this goes beyond just Christian and Israelite. If you believe this to be true, this is one thing we gotta understand. Our arguments have to be right and exact. Like when Garfield comes through, how do you show and prove outside the Bible? Or is there evidence we can find? Is there money we got to pull together to do more archaeological digs, like Answers in Genesis? You'll find other Christian organizations that are doing in the Middle East, trying to find out.
Dr. Craig Evans, shout out to him, Dr. Craig Evans. They out there, they putting in work, they looking into stuff, and we can't just jump to some stuff. What's the guy that say he found the Ark of the Covenant and all of that stuff? He found Noah's Ark, and all that other stuff. Ron, what's Ron's last name? We can't let people come around like that because we believe so much. They get to telling us anything and we running and grabbing it. We don't have to lie to defend the book. Ron Wyatt, that's his name right there. Ron Wyatt. All right, here, Elder Green. Now we can get going. Alan, we looking for you, brother. Judah Auto said we looking for you, brother. All right. Let me get the elder on right here and let elder hear this mess that's going on. This is why some people got beef with some of these seminaries, some of these professors, course. The professors want to shock you. So you'll go taking some class, and Bart Ehrman love bragging that, you know, his class be packed. He'll get a couple of hundred students in the beginning of the semester. He gonna get to telling them. He gonna ask them questions, and then he gonna get to telling them stuff, showing them quote unquote contradictions in the text, and give us some facts about how many years after the fact that the stories were written. 35 to 50 years is nothing. That's nothing. That's nothing. Not from a people that got generations of oral history coming down. That's nothing. That's nothing when we compare it to the books that we're not playing. Nobody, you go to no university, you're gonna play with Socrates and the writings of Socrates and Alexander the Great and the writings of Odyssey. Who wrote Odyssey? Homer, the Iliad and Odyssey. Y'all not going to no university playing with that. But I'm going to tell y'all the truth right now. The truth of the matter is hundreds of years after the fact, it come on the scene and they wouldn't doubt that. But they got problems questioning us with a book because certain writings ain't coming around till 50, 60 years after the fact. Man, they better kick rocks and keep going fair use.
Fully half a century appears before we ever get anyone writing about a virgin birth.
The story of the virgin birth, I think, is baffling. You have in Matthew's gospel this genealogy that connects Jesus right back to Abraham, going through David.
King David, the possibly mythical second king of the United Kingdom of Israel and Judah, who supposedly killed a giant with a slingshot.
All going through Joseph, Jesus' father. Then the very next story is about how Joseph isn't Jesus' father. I mean, religious people are very good at getting their head around contradictions, but there's a big one right there on the very first page of the New Testament. It's fascinating. What did Matthew think he was doing? Why is he telling a story about a virginal conception when he also wants to tell us that Jesus was descended from David via his father? I don't know. I think it's a mystery.
Did he just hope no one would notice?
And so Jesus is the descendant of King David because Joseph is his father? But I thought Mary was a virgin.
Yeah, look over there. It's the Messiah.
Where?
Oh, no, it's just Larry. They got the same beard.
Oh, no, I lost my place.
Hey, don't worry about it. Let's go get a kosher kebab.
And the fact is, lots of people don't notice. Many Christians will happily affirm Jesus is the son of David. They will also affirm that Jesus was conceived by a virgin.
And these are things that people that's involved in apologetics have to deal with, especially when it's coming from higher level institutions, when it's coming from professors that are atheists but don't want to quit their job. They just like teaching the religion. Francesca's another one, Old Testament scholar. She's nothing nice. She's nothing to play with. She'll tell you the same thing, David. Most likely David didn't exist. Moses and them didn't exist. Solomon didn't exist. And then you'll get people like the conscious community. Where's Solomon's temple? Where's Solomon's temple at? They got temples all, and Solomon's temple is supposed to be one of the greatest temples ever lived on the face of the earth. And the pagan Egyptians, we can find at least 25 of their temples, remnants of their temples. Where's Solomon's temples that came 1,000 years after the fact? We can't find near a scratch of it. But we got so many Egyptian pagan temples.
But bringing with that, you heard what you just said? Temples. You talking about a small nation in Levant that had one temple. The fact that there's multiple temples, of course you're going to find some, but how many temples were destroyed? You know what I'm saying?
All right, you see how Dunamis answered that, y'all? That's an excellent thing. Now, the people from my elders, I'm beefing with my elders, and my elders said that was the biggest, most beautiful temple on the planet. I don't agree with that at all. According to the dimensions, I can't say that. But that's what they want to believe. My elder also said, because the world hates the Bible, Paul was one of the smartest men to go down in the history of the planet. But because the world hates the church, the world hates the Bible, they're going to lie. But go ahead about the temple, brother. And then Elder Green, come onto the microphone.
No, and so that's the whole thing is, are we being honest to history? All their sites that we don't have, that don't exist anymore, sites in rubble. If they destroy the temple and they rebuild a temple in the same spot, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Do we have to dig deeper down to find the remnants? What was it made out of? Was it made out of the same kind of material that you would find in Egypt, or was it not as strong as a brick? You know what I'm saying?
Actual stone that hewed out, yes.
Yeah, so that's when now, because I think a lot of temple had to do with like cedar and wood. So
no, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's the whole thing where it's like, are we being honest in terms of judging temples to one another? One that has a lot of wood in the structure, and one that has a lot of stone. I mean, I'm just asking. But this is where I'll let Elder Green go. As believers, we can't, some of these things you can think through and work through, but what's the basis of our faith? For those who believe that Jesus is the Messiah, Yeshua, that he came, he died and he physically resurrected. That's the crux of our faith. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
from
yeah.
that, we build. So all this stuff we can talk through, but that's to the point I think a lot of believers kind of get caught up on a lot of stuff that's not the essential, the core of what the faith is about. You know what I'm saying?
This is why these things have to be brought up, because there's so many people, at least a lot of people that I run into, they say, well, I found out this and I found out that, and I heard this from a scholar, and started chipping away at their faith, and they consider themselves a non-believer, or they're not fundamentalist anymore, or they start taking on a more Gnostic belief, like this is more allegorical, it's Christ in me, different type of thing. Spirit of Simeon said, Berean, doesn't Freemasonry have its roots in Solomon's temple? Wouldn't that be a reliable source? No, because Freemasonry rides with lore. I'm going to show y'all something about Freemasonry and the religion of Cain. I'm going to show y'all why Freemasonry and Mackey inside his encyclopedia lift up Nimrod, lift up Tubal-Cain, and lift up certain people that were the sons of Ham and the first builders. That was the religion, the pre-flood religion. But I'm going to have to get into some other books and lore. When we talk about Jasher, and I'm talking about Masonic Encyclopedia and talking about lore and what happened, Masonic lore, what happened on the ark, because it's a resurrection of the pre-flood religion that we're seeing, and it's syncretism. It's mixed with the biblical belief right now, but it's two religions becoming one. That's what's happening within the Bible faith today. Two religions are becoming one. So Beyonce can say Mother God. Because that's where we got to go back when we want to get back to our African roots. We're going back to, now people may not like it, but we're going back to the religion of Ham and Nimrod and them. There was a religion at the Tower of Babel. Don't get it confused, but it was not the religion of Abraham. It was different, and that's going to be a whole different thing. Come on, Elder Green, before that thing start up right there, because that's going to be beef, and some folk ain't going to like it. And I understand Black Power, but we got to call it for what it is. Did Ham and Nimrod and them have another religion? And did Freemasonry and some things spring up from that religion? Was it part of Kemet? Was it powerful the world over? Were they speaking to the dead? Were they doing other stuff that a small group of people were told not to do? So we follow that tradition from the small group of people. And we got people so-called in the church right now fighting to speak to the ancestors. White man is trying to stop us from speaking to the ancestors in the name of blackness. They're reintroducing the pre-flood religion. Every religion spoke to the ancestors, but God told our people not to do it. But in the name of blackness, and y'all thinking Christianity is white supremacy, now y'all want to talk to the ancestors. Okay, keep going. We'll talk about that later on. Come on, Ella Green. Come on the microphone. I got to walk away for a second. Good to see you, Pastor D. Flame.
Shalom, Elder Berean. Shalom, Elder Dunamis.
Now, Dunamis, take it easy with the questions. Read the comments. You know he analytical Alton. Go ahead, Elder. I'm here myself.
Yes, good to be on today, Elder Berean and Dunamis, my brother. What we got going on today? I know. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, did we supposed to be still having the white man Edom debate today?
No, we're waiting. Alan, Elder looking for you. Where Alan at? Judah Auto Sale, he looking.
Yeah, where's Judah Auto Sale at?
Come on, Alan, we looking for you. But go ahead. Don't worry, he'll pop in. Go ahead. I know this is what what is the Talmud? What is going on with this Talmud? And are these people, well, I'll let Dunamis answer it. Do you sense that these people are secretly reading Talmud, some of these handlers, some of these camp leaders, captains and stuff, and they're drawing or they're gleaming some wisdom from it, and they're trying to act like it's not right and exact? Something happened this week, and it seemed like Bruce was anti-Talmud, and yet the source that Benaiah used, that he went to, seems to have come from Talmud or something to that effect. And it just brings us to this place. What is the Talmud? Was it written by the synagogue of Satan to deceive Israel? I want Jordan to answer that. What's going on here? Is it something that is okay to read? Did it come from the wisdom of the Jews in Israel, the leaders, the priests? What's going on here?
Like I've shared when I first came on your show months ago, almost 2 years now. I don't encourage no one. I said the same thing back then. I'm gonna say now. I don't encourage no one to go and try to study the Talmud. I don't encourage no one to go and try to study the Mishnah. A lot of times, the only time I may bring up the Talmud and the Mishnah up is because these discussions just, a lot of times I don't initiate it. I just follow suit, knowing that it's going to be something that probably somebody going to hear, and they're going to say something negative or whatever, positive, whatever, either way. But I don't encourage no one to go and try to study the Talmud. I don't encourage no one to go and try to study the Mishnah. And reason being is what we have going on today. People, trying to understand something. I don't fully, like I said, I don't agree with everything in the Mishnah. I don't agree with everything in the Talmud. I just study, I look into it and study it as far as learning what's going on in the culture of that day, learning what some of the views are, what some of the views of the ancients was having concerning the Torah, concerning the Tanakh. And some of the views.
Oh, you don't recommend it? That's
no. I don't recommend or encourage. And I don't know what show it was on, but I know I've said it more than one time on different shows that I've been up here. I don't encourage no one to go and try to study it, the Mishnah or the Talmud, not because it's some this evil and Mishnah all that. Not because really because if you don't know how to chew the meat and throw out the bones, you don't need to fool with it. Like right now, I can go in the Mishnah right now, and I've said this before. I'm going to gravitate to, or I'm going to be able to chew, and I'm no scholar, I'm no theologian. I'm still learning. I have not read all the Talmud. I have not read all the Mishnah. I have not read either one of the two books. Now I'm looking at the copy. I got the copy of the Mishnah. I'm looking at it right now, and I ain't talking about one. I'm talking about the whole series. I can turn this camera around and I can show it to you. I got the top of the topic. I had the copies of the Talmud, all of them, not the Jerusalem, but the Babylonian. So I had the physical, tangible copies that I'm gonna put my hands on. I have not read every last one of them. I have not read every last one of the Talmud or the Mishnah. What I do is I research and as I study, if there's a Jewish source or ancient source that quote from the Talmud or quote from the Mishnah, I want to be able to go and look at that so I can see what they're saying, where they're getting it from. And when you do that, now you begin to see everything that's around it. See, what's happening is some people are jumping on the YouTube and internet, I call them internet YouTube scholars, and they trying to do studies from a laptop. They're trying to do studies from somebody else. No, you need to get these sources in your hand so then you can see what the overall scope is and what's going on, and not try to pull out one-liners and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, there's some stuff in the Talmud that I had no problem with because why? It don't go against the Bible. It don't go against the Torah. There's some stuff in the Talmud that I don't agree with because it goes against the Talmud. It goes against the Torah. It goes against the Tanakh, and definitely goes against the New Testament. So those passages that I see in the Talmud or the Mishnah that goes against the Torah, goes against the Tanakh, or goes against the Berharakah or Berharashah, meaning the New Testament, I will spit that out. But if it's something that's wholesome and edible, I can apply it and I can work with it. Then if I want to, I can apply it. It's no big, because you will find some things in there that's negative. You will find some things in there that's positive. Period. Now, go ahead.
Go ahead. Now, so how long have you been reading or studying the Talmud? How many years?
Oh man, good God, no. I don't know how long I've had these sets, man. I've had copies of Talmud and Mishnah for, oh my gracious, I don't know how long, man. It's been years. When I say years, I mean years. I just don't want to feel like I'm giving a date and I don't know the exact date.
Let's say over 15 years, maybe.
Over 15 years.
Or maybe over 10 years. How like this?
10. Because we started in ministry. Matter of fact, we be 18 years this year. Yeah, we've been ministry 18 years this year. Oh, now, hold on. I'm glad you asked that. Now, here we go. Let me be more specific. Now, I graduated from Arkansas School of Holy Land Studies. It's Arkansas School of Holy Land. I didn't go to Arkansas. I did it by way of the course being at another ministry, all that kind of stuff. So then, but now it's also it was called the American School of Holy Land Studies. Now, in that school, we had now this is back in I started the school back in 1999. I started the school back in 1999. I graduated like 3 years later, give or take 3 years later, with a BA in Middle Eastern history. So in the school back in 1999, some of the courses in the school was Mishnah and Talmud, but back then I didn't have the actual books yet. You see where I'm coming from? So I've been studying the information in it, not all of it, because the school didn't have the school I went to. The school itself didn't have all the books present for the student to go through, but it was mentioning certain key things in it and explaining what it was and all the ins and outs, all that kind of stuff about it. But later on, I wound up going ahead and buying the whole Mishnah and buying the whole Talmud. But I was first introduced to it way back in 1999, 2000, way back then. So I want to be more specific. But when I bought the actual books itself, it was after that, but I don't know exactly when. But it was years ago.
Okay, well, dang. So you went to school?
Yeah, I got a bachelor's degree in Middle Eastern history.
So okay, so even with the Talmud, you had a formal introduction to it, key concepts, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, because the reason I'm just asking is, so could someone say, with 10 years that they're an expert in the Talmud? How many years of study would someone need to say to make that kind of claim that they're an expert in these writings?
Wow.
He going somewhere with this.
I don't know. Wow. I mean, I'm looking at the Mishnah right now, man. You know how many books? Matter of fact, I don't know as of today. Now that don't mean nobody. That don't mean that don't one exist. But I don't know as of today who I would even say is an expert in Talmud and Mishnah myself.
Even Jewish rabbis? There's no rabbi who has made that claim or would make that claim?
No, I don't know of a. Okay, here we go. There is a conservative rabbi. And I'm just saying rabbi, because you mentioned it. But when I say rabbi, let me make this clear. When I say rabbi, I'm not calling nobody my rabbi, because Yeshua say don't do that. Because rabbi means my master. I know somebody going to say, well, no, it just means teacher. No, more means teacher. Rabbi, if you look at the etymology of it, it means my master, my master. So that's why Yeshua in that context said don't call nobody master. So then here we go. So when I say rabbi, I'm not saying it calling an individual that. I'm saying it so people that are listening would know the person I'm talking about, but me not calling somebody rabbi. So now, there is a rabbi that I know that I've been knowing for about 25 years. About 25 years, 24 years, that I know that is a conservative rabbi, meaning he don't believe in Yeshua. He don't believe in Yeshua. Now, I can call him on speed dial, basically, but not speed dial, but I can call him, and I don't even consider him now he's a leader of a congregation. I don't even consider him a Talmud specialist or Mishnah specialist, because just by talking to him and asking him certain questions and that down, I mean, he don't even come off like that. So I don't, and that's just one that I know that is a conservative. I mean, he don't even believe in Yeshua. there are some other rabbis that I know. Matter of fact, one a Messianic rabbi who ordained me along with, God bless his soul, my dear spiritual father, Pastor Joseph P. Green, may God rest his soul. They ordained me at the same time in the same service. So I can show you an image right now of hands being laid on me by a light bottle, as I learned on coming on Korea, and as a brown bottle laying hands on me, ordaining me into Nasi. Now, neither one of those two I've ever heard them say that they was a specialist or a expert in Talmud, or expert in Mishnah. Man, that's a heavy. I don't know nobody. That's all I can say. I don't know nobody.
All right.
I'm definitely not. I'm definitely not an expert in either one. Period. I'm not even an expert in the Bible. That's what we try to. That's what we want to be, trying to become experts or doctors or learned ones in the holy scriptures, and definitely not no doggone Talmud and Mishnah. Oh, go ahead, do it.
No, I'm just reading somebody folks had the question in comments of the question. Isn't the Talmud composed of the Mishnah and Gemara, Elder Green?
Yes, yeah. The Talmud is like a conversation going on amongst rabbis about the Mishnah, basically about the oral law, and they're just back and forth discussions, back and forth viewpoints from this one, that one, this one. Some of those viewpoints gonna be A, some of them gonna be nay. That's all it is. Some are gonna be A, some gonna be nay. Now, a lot of ones that I like to really zero in on, like I can tell you, I can give you a list. I can give you right now a list of ancient sages, ancient rabbis that predated even Christ. Let me give you a list up.
So, Elder Green, if someone was studying the Talmud, they should be able to do the same thing, right? Tell the sages, the certain leaders at the time, the thought leaders, all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah,
they should be able to list them all.
Yeah, you should have some kind of knowledge of that. Yeah, if somebody's going to now you talking about somebody say they're an expert. You know
yeah, because Judah Otto Salesman Common just said he's an expert, so he should be able to list all.
That's Alan.
Hold on, Judah Otto said he's a comment.
Yeah.
Okay, Judah. Oh, come on, Judah Otto said.
That's Alan. That's our friend Alan.
No, but hold on, Dunamis though.
But he probably be the one
that spirit lead. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Green.
But he probably be good to see Elder Alton. Good to see my brother. So, but he probably be the one. We probably be having this white Edom subject, right?
Yeah.
All right. So Dunamis, are you going to moderate it? How you going? I don't want to change the subject, but Anthony, he's still going to do it.
Alan, are you still going to do it? Because I'll moderate it. But. And then now, Alan, can you just put in the comment some sages in the Talmud, some Jewish Israelite sages, so we can just see how deep your knowledge goes. You should have a list of folks who come up.
Berean got the link out there.
Yeah, you jump on, brother.
Unless Berean stepped away and can't add him.
I don't know, he might have, but we just got to, because Bruce wanted to jump on too. We just want to make sure that folks are making claims that they can back up.
So Alan is saying he's a scholar in the Talmud.
And that's what it looks like.
Expert.
Wow,
that's better than a scholar.
Wow, man, that's a heavy position, Alan. I gotta tell you, if you a scholar in the Talmud and the Mishnah, brother, hey, my yarmulke or my crown off to you, man. Good gracious, man. That means I might have to rethink this debate.
Yeah, because he led by that Ruach. You know what I'm saying? See, when you led by that Ruach, see, you ain't got to go to school, you ain't got to do nothing. The Ruach gonna show you all truth. So I think that's why he's an expert in this.
Well,
but being an expert though in the Talmud, Elder Green, that means he can do Jewish law. He can go before Bet Din and argue certain cases and all that kind of stuff, right?
Heck yeah, that mean that he should be able. Even to be able to sit on the Sanhedrin, that's the highest court in biblical days. And we believe it was 70 elders, leaders, maybe 72. Some people say fluctuate with it. Either way, I won't dare to count them. But it's taught in our ancient history that each one of those each one of those individuals, each one of those individuals had to be multi-language. Why? Because if somebody sat before them in a court case and they spoke a different language, that individual judge, each individual judge had to be able to understand the person themselves and not rely on one of their colleagues to interpret. Meaning they sat there and heard the case. If somebody came in there from wherever land they came from, speaking another language, they had to be able to listen to that person and each one be able to understand what the person is saying and not ask the homeboy besides him, okay, can you translate that? No. Why? But so they can render a fair decision. So now, these were the Talmudists. So I'm saying these were the ones that was expert in the Talmud, expert in the Mishnah. A lot of them had the Bible. Like right now, I don't even have the Bible memorized from Genesis. I don't have the Bible memorized from Genesis Revelation. These guys back then had the scriptures memorized because, truth be told, that's where the Most High told to do it. Anyway, he said, hide them in your heart. Then later on, they'll put on parchments and, scrolls, all that kind of stuff, but it was to be hidden. And they took that literal. They took that literally and they did it. And then later on was written down. So anybody that calls themselves some kind of scholar, man, they supposed to get up here and spit. They let them boys that rap, they spit, they spit,
Well, Elder, you showing something now with the multi-language. So these were scholars among scholars, even in the secular world. You understand other languages to break down concepts, the philosophy of Jewish thought, all that kind of stuff to pass free. This is deep.
Yeah.
So go ahead. So for Paul to write different languages, being that he was one that could have been on the Sanhedrin later on in life, it makes sense why he would write things in different. He can just flow.
Absolutely.
So you already know. So somebody, especially like Alan, is gonna come up and say, "Oh, well, that's little hat talk." Them little hats came up with all of them councils, and they the ones who came together so they can kind of control all of the Israelites and try to keep everything hidden from the true Israelites. You see what I'm saying? So what would you say to that? If somebody came up with that conspiracy that they came up with some council and they really the synagogue of Satan and they only do stuff like that, or they try to be organized like that so they can try to keep certain people at the forefront of what an Israelite's supposed to look like versus what a true Israelite is, like aka like a black person or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. Now, in all fairness, and I'm not saying you're not being fair, but when you said that Alan would say that, of course, I don't know, and I know you're not saying I don't know what Alan, I guess you're just saying it because you've heard him in the past and how he words stuff. I mean, so I don't know how he would word that right there, what you just said.
That's fair. There. That's fair.
But the fact of the matter, the original little head people was, see, here we go. I'm still waiting for the young fellow. I done forgave him. I done forgave him a long time ago. I forgave him a long time, and I mean that.
He talk about Deacon, y'all.
Y'all know I don't say names. I don't say names, but I'm still waiting, and I'm saying this because the word little hat. Cause I remember the young man said that 3 things he said. He said, matter of fact, he called me fake. He said a couple other things. So I ain't gonna give him that much airtime to even say. I'm just waiting. But whenever I want to talk with him. I still want to talk to him about those things that he accused me of. He said it. I'm waiting to talk to him. Now, I'm saying this part because the little hat subject. The first little hats would have been people of color. So they can't blame no light-skinned little hat. When I say little hat, you look up under the Hebrew word for bonnet, you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm quite sure the young man done went and looked into it. I'm quite sure he done went and looked into it and he see what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? So I'm quite sure this long gap between that time and this time, and if he did that, I applaud him. And that's what we're supposed to do. Because we miss it sometimes. But now going back to the little hat thing, the original little hats were people of color. You can't get around that. So you can't blame some white man or the light bottle or the white bottle as being the one that introduced, you know, a lot of this stuff, unless you get into the 80s. Now you start getting into the 80s, you know, really 80s coming out of the dark ages. Now, okay, but the first century, hey man, I'm gonna tell you right now, without some converts being present, and also ones that was that came in contact with a blood Israelite through marriage and through intermarriage and the bloodline, you know, getting spread around. Y'all know I done teach this so many times. Now the complexion changed that you don't just have a scripture. In the Mishnah, it tells us a boxwood complected Tacitus tell us, you know, looking like Ethiopian, you know, and so forth. So you don't no longer have that complexion. And I got video showing where where the skulls of first century Jews and that image of what they call Jesus, and it's out there in cyberspace. They got an image of him, what they think he would have looked like, and he would have been like that boxwood looking color. So you can't remove that. You can't get around that. And a lot of those ones with that boxwood looking color, they would have been what somebody want to call the little hats. I mean, so, but then it went from not just only them being little hats, it became to be the light complected, and anybody else that either converted or some kind of way they got intertwined with the blood, because once Israel was in diaspora or exile, they intermarried, they got involved with different nations, different people, and the color began to change. So once the color began to change, they still Israel. I don't care what color you are. You're still a Jew. I don't care what color you are. I'm saying the prayer for you put your faith in Jesus Christ. So I'm saying all that to say the little hat people just won't the little hat people start out with people of color. Put it like that. I know it's a long answer, but that's what it was.
All right. So I said to my put in the chat for Simeon. Is there a connection between the Talmud and Kabbalah?
Kabbalah came on the scene when I was 17. So to answer your question, no. Meaning, now watch this. Kabbalah is basically what's called Kabbalah basically is what's Jewish New Age, basically. It's Jew and straight up not good. But to answer your question, that came on the scene. I think and you can fact check me on this. I know you quick on the draw that stuff. I don't even know how to do that stuff yet. But I think they came on the scene with the 1700 AD. So now you may go on the Kabbalah, and I don't study the Kabbalah. I don't look at that because that's really mystical, New Age stuff, New Age Judaism, and all that kind of stuff. I don't get into that. You know, I don't glean. I don't even fool with that stuff right there. But to answer your question, that came on the scene, I think, almost 1700 AD. Now, if somebody's in the Kabbalah quoting from the Talmud or Mishnah or whatever, all they're doing is quoting from a source that predated them. That's all they're doing. That's all they're doing.
Now you're right. It's like 12, 13. Yeah. It's a later text. So by this point, I'm not mistaken, the Talmud, in a sense, is already completed. The writings they're already compiled. So
heck yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. By that time, the Talmud, the Mishnah, by that time it's already compiled, codified, and complete, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and then to that point, when we had I'll pull it up. The Jewish people say when the Kabbalah came on the scene and those Jewish mystics, they're actually seen with contention from the Orthodox Jews or from those who just use regular studies, because they were like, "What is this new thing with the lessons of the spirituality?" And they even try to compare Kabbalah to Christianity in terms of the Holy Spirit, things of that nature. So for a long time, there was beef amongst the Kabbalists and other Jews until later on when you had the more political Jews in Germany with like communism and humanism, that kind of stuff, to where they kind of rallied together to fight against that in the Jewish thought. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So okay.
But see, I think, and see, here's another thing doing this too. Like I said, I'm only talking about the Talmud study because I'm being asked. Like I said, I encourage anybody to go study it. I mean, not to go study it. But one reason why I encourage some people not to go study it, because honestly, it's not an easy read. It's not an easy read. You got to know the culture of what's going on. You got to be able to compare one tractate, and those what you find in the Mishnah, they call tractates. You got to be able to compare one to another one to understand what that one's saying. So it's like I mean, so that's why all this scholar stuff, man. I don't even know near one. I don't even care if they're orthodox, you know. And I'm not saying them one don't exist. I wouldn't dare say that, but man, you know how many books that is? Man, you know how many books, man, both settings, man, have, man, like one of them got like 20-some books and the other one got I don't know how many books, man. It's just a lot, man. And they cover different subject matter. Like I can go inside on right now and read some good things. I can go inside on right now and read some things that I feel like is garbage.
But how many years? What's the time span of the Talmud? How many years is it composed?
Okay, you're going to find maybe a different window. Okay, some people are going to say, okay, the Mishnah around about. Some people are going to have the Mishnah and Talmud kind of overlapping, but the meaning the time that it was codified, time that was put in circulation. But it's traditionally believed that the Mishnah came first. Matter of fact, let me read a line. Well, I guess if we went up here, I can have permission to read out of. I guess you got the authority to read a line out of here, right?
Yeah, we can read.
Okay, all right. So now I'm gonna read a line out of here. What's called the. Now this way here is called the Perka Evos, meaning the ethics of the fathers. Evos fathers. That basically meaning the good teaching of the father. Now this way here is just a condensed writing literature with some good teaching of the fathers, the ancient fathers, so forth, so forth. Now this way here is not the whole Talmud or not the whole Mishnah. It's just some key nuggets that some of the ancient fathers have said, and somebody just recorded them in a book. So it's like, so now let me read out of here the order that is taught concerning the Mishnah. It says this. Here you go. Here we go. It says, Moses received the Torah from God, who revealed himself at Mount Sinai and conveyed it to Joshua. So it's saying that Moses received it from the Most High at Mount Sinai and conveyed it to Joshua. And then it goes on to say, Joshua conveyed it to the elders, meaning this is the passing down of it, the elders. The elders conveyed it to the prophets. Now, I can't prove none of this. I wouldn't even try to debate none of this, because this is what our history, Israelite Jewish history, has taught us since antiquity and ancient times. So I won't try to prove this, but what I can prove and show is ancient writings with these guys in them. That's in the Mishnah, in the Talmud. Well, how this order, I can't say. This is what was told back then. It was told to them. They passed on to us. That's how it is. To the prophets, and the prophets conveyed it to the conveyed it to the men of the great assembly. See? The great assembly. That'll be talking about going down to the Sanhedrin, to the judges, to the court system. So this is the order that it was taught, that it was given to Moses. It was given to Moses at the Mount Sinai. Moses conveyed it to Joshua. Joshua conveyed it to the elders. The elders conveyed it to the prophets. The prophets conveyed it to the men of the great assembly. And now what is taught was, once this is passed along, let me see. And I could find a date in here that had the time that all this was kind of done. Let me see. but I don't want to take too much time. But so to answer your question, some dates going to fluctuate. 200 BC to 200 AD. Some may even say 400 AD. 400 BC. Coming to Mishnah, coming to Talmud to 400 AD. In that window of time. So I say a safe window of time. I say a safe window of time with the Mishnah being first would be like 400 to 200 BC to 200 to 400 AD, and the Talmud, of course, being in that window as well, 400 AD to 200 to 400 BC, something like that, in that window of time. But the Mishnah coming first.
Okay, no. I just asked it. The reason I'm asking is just the amount of, if it covers a huge time space, right? Even 100 years, that's a lot of change that happens within 100 years. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
The United States is 200 years old, and we have how many amendments? You know what I'm saying? Different viewpoints on certain things. So it's a lot of things to take into account in terms of time span, what people believed at the time, and how they would have worded certain things at the time, as opposed to now.
Yes.
Even go ahead.
Look. Can you pull up? Okay, let's pull up one. Let's pull up one real quick. And I'm only doing this because we're up here. Can you pull up? Now this go back. Like I said, I can give you a list. I can give you a list right now of sages or someone we call rabbis, learned men that predate Christ. So now, watch this. So if they predate Christ and they lived and died before Christ, you're not going to find nothing in their writings against Christianity. See where I'm coming from?
Yeah. It makes perfect sense.
You're not going to find nothing in their writings. I'm talking about the ones that predate Christ, meaning they lived and died before Christ was even born. You're not going to find nothing that I know of, and somebody can prove me wrong. I mean, I could be wrong. And we got to always give ourselves the space that we could be wrong. You're not going to find that I know of, it could be wrong, nothing that's going to have them speaking against Christ, because Christ wasn't even born yet for them to speak against. So I
think the only doctrine element that comes to my mind would have to be the Sanhedrin, who didn't believe in the physical resurrection. But that's just a more general thing against Christ, but not against Christ specifically.
Exactly.
Those who have certain fringe views that the majority didn't hold to those views.
Right. Now, I think you said Sanhedrin, but I think you meant Sadducees. Right?
Yeah, Sadducees. Yeah, my bad, man. Sadducees. Yeah.
I know you. I know you own it. You own it. But yeah, and see, there you go. And see, there you go. That's one sect of Jews. See, and see, this was so important, and that's a good point you're bringing out, because even back then, everybody didn't have the same view. You know what I'm saying? Everybody didn't have the same view. You had different schools of thought. You had this school over here that viewed the subject this way. You go 2 blocks over, you got a school over there that viewed it totally different, and all this predated Christ. But everybody was still Israel. Everybody was still considered themselves Jews, mixed color, no matter what, whether they converted, matter of fact, you had some converts that was part of the Great Assembly. I can show you sources where it showed that converts were part of the judges that predated, if I remember correctly, predated Christ, and they had position of authority. I can show you that in ancient sources where convert, once they converted, proselyted, whatever, they had position of authority. They are Israel now. I can show you that.
Hold on, El Green, because Jordan's saying yep, and he laughing in the comments. Jordan, why are you laughing? You know, Jordan gonna go somewhere with that. Them converts.
What? Tell Jordan jump on. Where he gonna go with it? I mean, wait.
He gonna. I don't want to speculate, but I think he's gonna say something like that's how they took over. You know, they took over the religion, and certain writings came about and all that kind of stuff. I might be mistaken, but I think that's where he's gonna go. I know, Breen, if you there, brother, if you can let I think Alan's in the back and some others are in the back. But yeah, that's where he's going. That this is where the converts took over the faith and the bloodline Israelites were kicked out. So 2nd century, this is where the Idumeans, the fake ones, took over the faith. And going back to Ezekiel 36, how you'll have those, brother. Yeah, we can spit it now. We heard it. If you can't spit Jordan's viewpoint, you ain't been listening for a while. Yeah, so Elder Green, you just exposing the truth that folks don't want to accept that the Idumeans took over, so they converted, and there's so many of them that they took over the faith, the teachings, and yeah.
Well, all I can do is show the one that ancient sources bring out that converted, and they was proselyted in, and they was part of the if I remember correctly, the court system, meaning they was in position of authority, had rank, treated. And look how they climbed the ladder in the Jewish culture. I mean, in the Jewish life. You know what I'm saying? Because they were Jews now. They're Israel now. You know, they're Israelites now. But they converted in. So that's you can't even call them converts no more. You can't even call them proselytes no more. They're Israel now. You know what I'm saying? So
in ancient Israel, there was no affirmative action, that they had to have so many converts in here in certain position of authority, nothing like that.
No, if it was, I don't.
So they didn't just get the job because they were a different skin color, to make things look right. So the converts had to be learned men who could sit to orthodoxy, who else was teaching it, to rise through the ranks, right? They had to have sound doctrine,
yes,
or sound teachings.
Yes, to ride through the ranks, like come in position as a judge and so forth. Absolutely, no questions, hand down. Matter of fact, let me see something. Where Berean that so he can let these people in? Where he?
Yeah, so we went. Man, some give a shout out to Berean. It came in the back chat.
Let me see something. Let me see something. Matter of fact, let me go here. Let me see. Reading this book here. Let me see. Matter of fact, it's gonna get interesting now because I'm gonna get you to pull up. Matter of fact, let me see something. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, here we go. So now let's look at, let me see. Let me hold on just a minute. Okay, here we go. Let me see. It says, now, it says Shemaiah and, let me see, of Telos, Shemaiah and of Telos received the tradition from them. Now that's telling me who they got from. So they got the tradition. I mean, a lot of things was passed down. So I'm gonna read out of Mishnah, not Mishnah, but Pirkei Avos, page number 33. It says, now watch it. Now, Listen, okay, I'm gonna read one line out of here, and then I'm gonna read a little bit more. Shemaiah and Avtalon or Yan received the tradition from them. Now, when it says from them, I mean you got to go back and see what they're talking about, but I don't want to do that right now. Shemaiah said, now watch something that they said. Now watch what Shemaiah said. A little quote he said. He says, love work, despise positions of power, and do not become overly familiar with the government. That's one of his views. That's one of his views. Now watch this. Absalom, he said this. Absalom says, scholars, be cautious with your words, for you may incur the penalty of exile and be banished to a place of evil waters, heresy. Now, these guys live, watch this now. Now, I ain't had no problem with what they just said right there. I'm gonna read it again. Shemaiah and Avalon received the tradition from them. Now, the them they're talking about is talking about, but I don't go back there. That means people predate them, but them keep going back. I'm quoting these guys here because these are known to be converts. Okay? Shemaiah and Avtalon received the tradition from them. Shemaiah says, love work, despise positions of power, Now, this is his opinion. And do not become overly familiar with the government. Okay? Now, Avalon or Avtalon, look what he says. He says, scholars, he's quoting now. He says, scholars, be cautious with your words, for you may incur the penalty of exile and be banished to a place of evil waters, parentheses, heresy. Now, I'm gonna tell you when they live. Now, you can put this up on the be able to do it, but they lived, let me see, 1st century. Yeah. Let me see where your date at. Let me see. Let me get this date here. Yeah, here we go. 1st century BCE. You can find him online. Shemaiah, he lived 1st century BCE, before Christ. And you have Avtalon, he lived late 1st century BCE. You find both of them online. Now I'm gonna give you a little bit of information about them real quick. Shemaiah and Avtalon received the tradition from them, i.e., from Yehuda ben. So this what they received the tradition from Yehuda ben Tabei and Shaman ben Shatak. And these are all BC guys, 120, like Yehuda ben Tabi, he lived 1st century BCE. Then you have Shaman ben Shatak, he lived 120 BCE to 40 BCE, all this before Christ. Okay? Shemaiah and Absalom, go back to these guys. Here we go. Shemaiah and Avtalon were the Nasi. Here we go. Were the Nasi and Av Bet-Din, meaning father. Bet-Din, the judges, respectively, toward the end of the Hasmonean era at the beginning of King Herod's reign. They were descendants of the Assyrian king. You ready for this? They were descendants of the Assyrian king Sennacherib, and you find that in Gittin 57b. Rambam and Rav suggest that they themselves were converts to Judaism. So, hey.
So now in the ancient world, Elder Green, hear my mind there. Will they convert the rabbis, the scholars, whoever the case may be, or the descendant of a convert? would they face persecution to where their works were? I mean, not persecution. Sorry, prejudice to where they had to sit they had to sit the back of the banquet hall. You know what I'm saying? They you know, they were just the openers. They were never really the mainline speakers. You know what I'm saying? Their writings were brushed under the rug, or were they respected the same?
Oh no, here we go. These two were the Nasi and Av Betzdin, meaning these were the presidents, the leaders, and the fathers. The Betzdin, these were the leaders. So people obeyed them. People, they were the leader. Like all praise the Most High. I'm the Nasi of Beth Yeshua. I am the leader of Nasi, mean president, prince, leader. I am the president of Beth Yeshua. These were the presidents of their circle during that time. So won't nobody looking at them sideways, not respecting them, not listening because they have some kind of no. These guys, they moved up in the ranks and they got established in position and they got respected for it and they made it into the history. You can't get about it.
So no second class. So, but you mean just the other converts respected them and followed them? They were just rabbis to the converts, not to all of bloodline Israel. Didn't have to follow them, right?
Everybody that was Israel had to follow them. Convert, blood, anybody had to follow them. They were the leaders. They were the leaders who sat at the feet of other leaders. This one don't fly by night. You want to fly by night? See, this right here is a paper trail. This right here chose, and that's what's so key about the genealogy in Matthew chapter 1, writing to those Israelite Jews to show that this is the Christ. Because the paper trail. So what this is in the culture. This right here is showing how these guys are authentic, not showing it trying to get people to receive them. No, that ain't in the frame of mind. This is telling the history of the ethics of the fathers, and they are being quoted in the ethics of the fathers. Converts are being quoted in this. Come on, man. I mean, you can't. Some people just need to stop being racist and prejudiced, man, and just stick to facts. Just stick to the history. Just stick to truth. I mean, God.
Yeah, I like what Jordan put. They were respected and treated as natural born.
Jordan said that?
Yeah.
Good. That's right, Jordan. That's right, little bro. Absolutely. Absolutely. But now watch this. Now let me read. Now that was two good things that they said. Shammai love work. He said, love work, despise positions of power, and do not become overly familiar with the government. Now, that was his opinion. I mean, he got a right to his opinion, and somebody want to gravitate to that, because, I mean, I guess he may have felt that way because if you got too overfamiliar with the government and stuff like that, it could take you away from, how you going to indulge in a whole lot of Torah study and, stuff like that if you so wrapped up in, and that's not to say somebody can't be wrapped up or be in that, but, it's going to pull away from you. It's going to tug at you, what I'm saying, if you're going to try to be, some kind of, leader, just like me. I mean, I work, I got my own secular business, and you know what, dude, it takes time, man. It takes time and sacrifice to just get up here and share this for myself personally, because what I think is happening in some circles, and not just Israelite circles, because I even heard in non-Israelite believer circle, get up here and not just here, but just a lot of, and Berea show a whole lot of it. So when Berea be fair, he be showing some of the left stuff on Christians, which I call myself could be all Christian, non-Israelite side, and he showed some of the left stuff on Israelite side. So he definitely tried to be fair. So it ain't that just Israel, be bringing some left stuff sometimes. It be non-Israel that be bringing some left stuff, and a lot of times it's because people are not putting the time in like they should. They think they are, but you can tell that they haven't by what they say out their mouth. This stuff takes time. Matter of fact, we just read somewhere. I'm gonna read them all again. Watch this guy. He says, Avalon or Avtayon says, scholars, be cautious with your words. This predates Christ, what that man is saying right there. That goes, see, right then, the Holy Spirit brings to my mind right then, that's a good example of being what? Slow to speak. That's a good example of the Holy Spirit bringing to my mind right now, where in the New Testament, I think in 1 Timothy says, there's some that want to be teachers of the law, paraphrasing, and know not what they teach. See?
Yep.
You see where I'm coming from? So the Holy Spirit that brought that back to my memory just that quick, in connection with what this guy is saying, who predates Christ. So I can relate to what he's saying. Don't mean I got to agree with everything he's saying. But he says, scholars, be cautious with your words, for you may incur penalty of exile and be banished to a place of evil waters. And he got in parentheses, heresy.
Yeah, and that agreement comes to my mind too. You see that kind of wisdom also New Testament with the apostles and deacons.
Yes.
The apostles, we don't have time to handle these affairs. Let's appoint deacons to take care of this stuff.
Come on.
And then you have to my exile with Paul dealing with Demas and the other guy, to where I've turned them over to Satan. They teach wrongly. So it's like you see that wisdom pervaded in terms of thought. How do we deal with these people? What do we do? How should we conduct ourselves in leadership?
Come on, Dunamis, brother, you sharp too. You sharp too, because that's an excellent example with the exile right there with Paul. Because look at Paul, this stuff right here. Paul would have known this stuff we read right here, because they predate him. They predate him. And he would have did just like we doing right now, discuss this stuff. This is what Midrash is all about. They would have sat around and discussed these things and talk about these things and be on one accord. And that don't mean everybody on one accord. Like you said earlier, the Sadducees, they were on another whole. We're not going to always agree on everything, but we got to come together on the core. And one thing that we must do on the core is believe that Jesus is the Christ. Know that he done already came and returned all, but that's garbage. He is the Christ who we waiting for. Nobody can go to the Father but by him, born of a virgin, salvation for all. We got to come together on that. On that right there, we got to come together. All this other stuff, that's just like good hanging out stuff and good chopping up, good laughing points. But those key things there, I don't care if you're Israel and Christians should lock hands together on those right there. Those key things right there. Period. But now, go ahead, dude. I know I'm talking.
Yeah, and even one last one. Paul in was it 1 Corinthians? Teach Apollos, teach what's written. Don't go beyond that, because now you have folks, all kinds of heresy, can't handle that kind of talk. You're going to a level that they don't even know. They don't have a foundation. Anything. Let them a foundation be Christ. Then you build from that. Yeah. So now this is good. So now, wow. So converts, cause even with this, it's not just in the with Hebrew Israelites. We also see this issue with Ashkenazi and certain other Jewish groups where converts are treated badly. There's racism and converts looked down upon all throughout Jewry, to where they feel that they're less than, all that kind of stuff.
If any Orthodox, whether it be colored black Orthodox or whether it be light white Orthodox doing that, they just doing. And see, here we go too. See, this is why it's important. Y'all got to excuse the dog back there. This is why it's important that if somebody going to mention something out of the Mishnah and the Talmud, okay, here we go. I'm gonna say it like this. Because like I said, some negative stuff in there, some positive. But what I would encourage somebody to do, not go and study it out, but like say for instance, like right now on this show right now, if someone has a view that they heard online or read a line or something concerning the Talmud, and something said, I would say present that point, and I would sit here and go and pull out the actual book, because you're gonna find sometimes it ain't worded like that. It's amazing. And I'm not trying to, like I said, I ain't trying to tell nobody read the Talmud, teach from Talmud, but I'm just saying we just gotta try to teach truth best we know. But sometimes some people ain't doing enough homework to really look into these things, and they're taking something they see on the internet and not really. And I say all that to say, sometimes I lose my thought and I get on rabbit trails. I say all that to say that, yeah, you may find something on the negative side being said about Talmud, you will. At the same time, it's good if you have a Talmud to look and see if that quote exists, and if it's worded like that in the context of why it's being said that way, or even if it's said that way. But that takes time. That takes having the sources, and being able to get the source in your hand and look at it before you get up here and say something. Nobody just say leave it all alone. Don't even go into it. Don't even mention it. Don't even talk about it unless you're able to. Because like you said earlier, some scholars should be able to list off them fathers on top of their head. Repeat them, name them. I can't do it off the top of my head. I'm not no scholar, but I do have a list of them. I can go through a list of a couple right now.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
No. Because that goes into if you're really about it, names are gonna come up often.
Yes.
And people are gonna stand. Maimonides is gonna come up. Philo's gonna come up. And to the point you were saying earlier about the Talmud and scholars predating Christ, what happens after Christ? They start to burn and destroy a lot of stuff, a lot of writings. No more use of Septuagint. We're going to use the Masoretic. No more use of this. Isaiah 53, we're going to take out. We have so many people, the Word and the Angel of the Lord, all that stuff is twisted to where now, because so many people, from my understanding, what I heard, some people are converting. So they had to do that to keep the faith, because they thought they were losing it. So they had to chop and remix and screw scripture so that when folks went and said Jesus is the Christ.
Come on.
And that's where now, I mean, I hear you saying, Elder Green, but if we have a heart for people, and God is leading us to look out for our brothers and sisters who's Israel, somebody from the tribe of Judah, whatever it may be, to learn these things, to bring them back to the true faith. Not just to discount them, to say that they don't have a right to the land, that kind of stuff. The Most High is going to work that out.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
The biggest point is the end time, when they die, will they make it? And will there be blood in your hand because you're fighting over a piece of land, or you're trying to contend for their souls? Like how Jude talks about snatching out of fire.
Absolutely.
Man, Bruce, I think you have Marine's number. You got to text me. I can't bring anybody up. If I could, you would have been brought up. I think Marine might have stepped away.
Yeah, I think.
I try to call him too. So Bruce, you text Marine if you got his number, or hit him up to see if he can bring you up, because I can't do anything. I'm limited right now. The settings went back. But no, that's where now. So now, going with that, Elder Green, can a man die for another man?
Yes.
Because this already comes up. How can Christ die for the sins of all mankind? That goes against the law, because a man supposed to account for his own sins. How do we deal with that doctrine? This is a little aside, but this comes up dealing with some of our Torah only brothers or folks that say that Jesus is divine. How can a man die for another man's sins?
Well, first of all, the Bible, y'all got excuse if I mute this thing, y'all dog. Hold on. Okay, yeah, I'm back. I'm back. Y'all. I had to put on mute because try to tell somebody go get my dog that's making all that noise. Hey, that got Allen. But what happened to Dunamis? Allen came on and Dunamis and jumped off.
Yeah, I kicked him out. How you doing, Odom?
I'm doing fine. Fine to you, brother.
Doing good. You know, getting over COVID.
Hold on, man. Edelbrand, you back? You must be back. Cause you let Allen in. Dunamis said he in the back. What that mean? I'm in the back. I don't know. I don't know what that mean. But yeah, go backstage. But man, Dunamis say he backstage. What's going on? Oh, there you
Yeah. No, and then real quick before we go on tangent, I'm not saying you shouldn't fight for your rights or your inheritance, or the tangible good that belongs to you, being Israel. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying we just got to make sure we have things in alignment to what's needed. You know what I'm saying? Your land, what's required to you, what's your inheritance. That's something. But then too, also souls, making sure souls don't end up in eternal damnation. That's something as well. So we just have to know the time and the place and be led by the Ruach. But go ahead, Alan. You have the floor.
No, I was gonna let the
Or Bruce can go ahead. I know Bruce is at work sometime, so I know he's been waiting.
Hey, praise the Most High Yah, Son Yeshua. I'm saying, hey, let Alan go right quick. I got to address something because I've been waiting over an hour because Elder Green been spitting truths. So right now, something just came up. So give it to Alan. I'll be back in about five minutes.
All right, Alan, you got it then, brother.
No, I was saying about the Talmud, right? I'm an expert of it. Basically, I'm an expert. Just stay away from it. You understand? And stay away from the oral circumcision. I know Alton might disagree. He's been throwing a lot of low blows. I know Alton might disagree, but I'm an expert by saying stay away from it. They don't have They don't have good things in there.
Stay away from what?
The sucking of blood during circumcision. That's what he's talking about.
Stay away from the whole book.
Okay, hold on. Okay. The sucking of blood during
the Manitza.
Okay, now here we go. Let's look at it. Because let's look. Matter of fact, give me the tractate. Give me the book. Give me the book. Now watch this.
Elder Green, you agree with that?
No, hold on. See, watch this. See now. See, I ain't got time to play games.
I'm just asking a question.
Okay, I'm gonna make this clear.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna make this very clear. I don't agree with nobody sucking nothing on nobody. Period. Okay, make that clear. Okay, I don't agree with nobody sucking nothing on nobody. Yeah, I think you said oral. We said oral. How did you word that?
Oral circumcision.
Okay, talking about somebody using the mouth. Is that what you're talking about? Make it plain.
Correct, like the little hats do. You know they made the newspaper. They gave a lot of them kids herpes when they was doing their manitza, the oral circumcision.
Now, if they sitting there putting their mouth on I know this is YouTube, and I gotta be careful. I want to be careful how
the member.
Huh?
The member of those children.
Okay, yeah. Now, I don't agree with it. Now, what I want us to do, Alan, and anybody else, I want us to look at the source that is being said that it came from. Is that's what I want to do? So what source is that? Give it to me. So I'm gonna go pull up right now. What source is it?
Not sure what source they get it from, but it must have been a satanic source.
But do me a favor, Dunamis. Find out. I can find out real quick. Hold on. Let me. Dunamis, can you find out? Cause it should be out there. It should be out there where they quoting or what they getting it for. I'm gonna come off the picture, come off mute. I'm gonna go find it real quick. Let me see something.
So Alan, when you but just to be clear, when you say you're expert, you want to say you're expert in terms of you know it like back and forward and that kind of stuff. I just want to clear that up.
No, I'm an expert by saying stay the heck away from it.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you. We got to make sure, Alan, because
I know because Alton been throwing low blows all day at me as soon as I came in. I know Alton would disagree on that mitzvah though. Where Alton at?
yeah, because some folks make claims. We don't want folks to make claims, and folks want to muck on the other side to what someone's not saying. But I'm with you. Okay, I get what you're saying now.
Correct.
I was about to grill you. I was like, so can you name some sages, some rabbis, who's the leading thoughts and all? Yeah. But yeah.
I don't mess with that. I mean, as soon as I heard that, then also there's a part in that's speaking about the Messiah. Disagree on that too. I think that's the same book that say Christ is in basically like a septic tank where human waste and stuff like that.
Burning. He's in hell burning excrement.
Thank you.
That's for certain parts, and what they had in certain parts of Europe, they had to redact that or censor that because of the backlash they received from Christians.
Correct, because they didn't believe. One, they don't believe in the Messiah. Well, they don't believe. Yeah, they don't believe in the Messiah, basically.
Well, no, they don't believe Jesus is the Messiah. They still waiting on the Messiah.
That's the same thing as they don't believe in the Messiah because Christ is the Messiah.
I'm with you, but to be fair, because we understand for those that believe that he is the Messiah, we understand that. But for those other viewpoints, just to be fair to their side, so how they would see it.
Yeah, I wouldn't say to be fair to their side because when they speaking amongst each other, they don't think about our views. They don't much think about the Christian views.
I know, but we gotta ascend. We gotta be better.
Oh, we gotta be better. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? We gotta be better.
We're the floor mat. I got you.
No. With the salt, what did Christ say? The salt of the earth, salt sets the temperature, salt removes the impurities, all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. We can't strike evil with evil. If folks are misrepresented, we can't be the ones to misrepresent. Otherwise,
salt season things up.
It does that too.
It makes it better.
Exactly. So we got to be better. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Nah, that's all I'm saying because
definitely they're not thinking about us when they write their book. Matter of fact, I was watching the thing where they say we're the Gohims and we're supposed to be cattle as what they call it, slaves.
So now, Alan, would you bring that up, brother? So going with that.
Mm-hmm.
So isn't it interesting that you have those who believe that Jesus or Yeshua, or for the sake of who they might call Yahweh, is Messiah, but yet they have the similar viewpoints of rabbinic Jews who don't believe the Messiah has come yet? Why would those who don't have the New Testament? Why would those with the New Testament believe in the same manner of those who reject the New Testament? You get what I'm saying?
You said those with the New Testament, why would they have some belief?
Why would they believe in the same manner of those who reject the New Testament?
Because
we look at prophecy through the light of the New Testament, through New Revelation, through Christ, through Jesus.
Correct. And then also my belief is the Old Testament was never called the Old Testament. The New Testament was never called the New Testament. I believe it's still the same book. So that's why you see a lot of quotations in the New Testament.
I don't mind. Well, now, Bruce, go ahead, brother.
Give me 5 minutes. I'm about to pull into the office.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna jump in, and then but don't hang up. I'm gonna jump in. I'm a multitask. I got to do what I do for work, and then I'm about to get into the Talmud thing. So give me about 5 minutes.
Yeah, get that paperwork right, Bruce. I'm with you. Alan, you cut out, brother. You there?
Yeah, somebody was calling me. Yeah, they in the New Testament they always quoting the Old. I don't believe it's a difference. I believe it's the same thing. The New Testament is quoting the Old. It's just an extension of the Old. Adding to only thing that's added is the Messiah being born and dying. Other than that, it's the same thing.
Is the Messiah in the New Testament is he God?
Yes, but not God as the same sense as the Most High God.
So he's not Yahweh.
Correct.
So when the disciples, the apostles, the writers of the New Testament talk about worshiping him and glory in his that nature, how do you view that if he's not of the same essence as the Most High?
Well, the Bible say believe Christ, right?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah. So who did Christ say to worship? He said to worship the Father, correct?
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah. So Christ said to worship the Father. So if we believe on Christ, then we worship the Father.
So when it talks about if you honor the Son, you honor the Father. If you don't honor the Son, you don't honor the Father or the Son. What does that
Correct.
mean?
Correct.
So, Al, if we have to honor the Son, what's the Son receiving?
Correct. Basically, let me give you an example, right? My
I'm listening.
son. If if
Okay.
if if you go and disrespect my son, you disrespect me. You understand?
Okay.
But that's not a form of worship,
So
you know. But
when
I'm gonna
Thomas
have some
said,
issues with you. You go up to my son and you disrespect him. You know, I'm gonna have issues with you. It's
so you're
it's
saying
plain. It's basically simple.
it's about respect. So when Thomas says, "My Lord and my God," is that respect or is that worship?
That's respect. But when you go to the terms Lord,
My Lord and my God. My Lord and my God. What does that Lord mean
yeah.
first?
For example, right? Let me give you an example, right? The Israelites are considered as gods, correct?
And now, Alan, we have to get into the language. You're talking about if you're talking about a sense of being like an Elohim, that's one thing. But we're talking about being Yahweh. When you talk about Lord, if you go into the old gleaming from the Old Testament, that's the same thing as saying Adonai.
Well, when you go to Lord, then
That's why
Sarah
you have
called
Lord.
Abraham.
No.
Then
Go ahead.
Sarah called Abraham Lord, I believe, in the book.
Alan, is that the same word?
I don't know. You tell me. But
So
I'm thinking. For example, from what I see, is a difference from they got difference from gods and then the Most High God.
yeah,
Difference from
so
Lord and
but Alan, to say my Lord and my God, he's denoting worship. He's worshiping Christ as Adonai, my Lord and my God. Because there's only
so what?
one God.
All right,
Deuteronomy 6:8.
let's stick on Lord. There's more than one God. I mean, it's more than one God in the Bible. Let's stick
But
on
no,
Lord.
Alan, go
I
go
believe
go
that
hold on,
was
Alan, go in Deuteronomy 6:8, the Shema, or 6:4. Tell me if I'm wrong. Hear, O Israel, the Lord your God. You said, good God, it's been a while. The Lord, you said one Lord your God is one, right?
correct.
So now, with that in Jewish thought, for him to say, "My Lord and my God," there's only one Lord and one God, the Most High. But he's denoting that worship to Christ.
No, not really, because they called women called their husbands Lord.
They
So
call them. They call them.
Lord
Hold on,
would
hold
be
on, Alan, going with my Lord and my God. Let's look at that phraseology. My Lord and my God. What's he saying? Is he saying Lord, like you get to the emperor or to a political leader, or is it something more divine? Is it more than just submission? My Lord and my God.
it would be the same thing when we go to the Bible, right? The husband is the Lord over the wife. You understand? It's just a title, the title of position. That's her head. You understand? Just like Christ is our head and God is Christ's head. So when we go through that breakdown, how do you decipher that breakdown?
That,
God, Christ, man,
that's what he
woman, and
talks
then
about.
child.
That's what he talks about how he humbled himself. And
You
that's what
said
Christ
what?
talks about. How he humbled himself to come
So
into
what?
this world.
I'm talking about the verse where the Bible is giving the order.
Alan, I'm answering your question.
You said
This is where
when
you have
he
to go.
humbled himself. What you mean
Yes,
humble himself?
In Philippians 2, when Christ came into this world and took on flesh, he humbled himself. That's why he talks about restore my glory as it was when I was with you. So he lessened himself. The word lessened himself to come into this world. That's why we can't just have. We don't have doctrine in a vacuum. It all builds on each other.
Okay, so listen. I understand the fact that okay, Christ was born, correct, right? He was born as a man. So he still has a head, whether it's in the heavens or on earth. Same thing, still has a head. It's not because he's on earth he don't have a head.
Alan,
Or if he's in heaven, he don't have a head. So when Christ made that breakdown, he didn't know he was gonna go back to the Father, back to heaven.
Alan, do you believe in the New Testament?
No, I'm asking you a question. Yeah, of course.
No, because like at the end of the day, you see this worked out in Revelation, all that kind of stuff. His glory being returned, and all that kind of stuff. And he's praying. So it's a matter of the high percent. He's God and man. So for him to make a prayer and that
God
kind
and
of stuff,
man.
he's God and man. This is what we talk about the hypostatic union.
Is the Hebrews God and man too?
No, not like Christ, not like the Messiah. No. When you talk about God, you're talking about Elohim, like a judge or a prince. You're not talking about Yahweh. Christ created. Only God can
Christ is
create.
Yahweh. You trying to say?
Bro, yeah. Blatantly, before Abraham was, I am.
Okay,
I'm the Alpha and the Omega.
He was existing before Abraham. Is it? That's what the scripture's
No.
Before
But
Abraham was. Break that
I
down.
am. It didn't say I
No.
was. I
Before,
am.
listen. Before Abraham was. Break that down.
Before Abraham was. Before
What
he
that
even
mean?
existed. Right?
Before he existed. Okay.
I am.
I
Why?
thought you trying to stretch it out too far in that time.
No. Because to the audience, Abraham is a key figure. He's the father of faith. That's why he's showing that he's even above Abraham as a man, but the soul that he's divine. He said, I was, I am. They would understand. And Alan, if this is your culture, brother, you would understand too. For him to say that I am is denoting a divinity to where himself saying that. The apostles worship him. Hebrews 1:6. The angels are worshiping him. Right? There's something about this being Jesus the Christ. He's distinct. He can forgive sins. He created things. Only God can do those things. Only Yahweh can do those things. So
No,
what?
Christ can forgive sins too.
That's what I'm saying. So that's the whole essence, Alan. That it's like I hear what you're saying, brother, but it's the essence that if you don't say that Christ is divine, the New Testament is idolatry. So I don't. It's like I don't think you understand the essence of the New Testament. That's the whole. That's what they're building upon. The Ancient of Days that Daniel talked about, who sit on the throne next to the Son of Man who sits next to the Ancient of Days, right? This whole thing about even the whole concept of the dual powers in heaven, the Jewish thought. So a lot of stuff predates even Christianity. This is how they viewed the world. But after Christ came and Christianity came on the rise, a lot of stuff was thrown away and forgotten because they didn't want people to convert.
All right, I need you. All right, if for that
Okay.
to make sense,
Okay.
can you break down the scripture for me? Psalms 10
I'm
and
back.
1. Pull up Psalms 10 and 1 real quick.
Hold on. We this was the side because the big time is the Talmud. We can get back to this, Alan. Let Bruce
No,
go.
just finish. Just real quick. Just pull up Psalms 10 and 1. It's not gonna take long.
But Alan, you know, so you're gonna take one passage,
It's
and
not
then
gonna
how?
take long, Dunamis.
No.
You was
I'm pulling.
talking.
No,
Back it up
Alan.
with scripture.
Alan, I'm pulling it up. I'm saying, you know, so you go like to one passage, and you can have one passage denotes. I can show another passage that says Psalm 10 and 1.
Yeah, 110, 110.
Oh, we coming, Bruce. We coming. I'm sorry, Bruce, because this is more.
Hey, Bruce, you don't never show your face. Have you ever shown your face, folks?
Yeah, Bruce shows his face.
Yeah.
Let me see your face.
Bruce got a face like a Detroit pimp. That's what Bruce got a face like. He got his hair slicked back. I didn't want to talk about it. I like Bruce ain't no detective. Bruce out here with a super dress mouth. He runs the street. Man, Bruce something else.
I ain't got no hair, so I'm bald. What y'all talking about?
It was the light. It was the light. My bad. It was the light. All right. So Psalms 110, verse 1. A Psalm of David. The Lord said to my Lord, sit thou at my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool.
Okay, it says the Lord. Who's the first Lord? The Lord said unto my Lord. Who's the first Lord?
Who's the first Lord?
Yeah.
So the first Lord, let's go. So you're going to say the first Lord would be
No,
the
I'm
Father.
asking you. I'm not saying I'm gonna say. I'm asking you the first Lord there.
The Father. So now this is where passages. Hold on.
The Father said unto my Lord. Who's my Lord?
Hold on, Alan. Can I finish? Because this will be a messianic text. So this is where you'll see that David is writing about himself, right? But in essence, how it's understood, this goes beyond David to be messianic. To where it says the Lord speaking to my Lord, right? To where it goes beyond just David, to where Christ is that my Lord, the second one. So they're both Lord.
Okay, so you said the first Lord is who?
The Father.
The Father. Okay, who's the second Lord?
I would say, and I get open to correction. If I'm wrong, y'all can tell me in the chat. That would be the Messiah.
Okay, so the Most High tells the Messiah, sit on my right side, right? So the Messiah sits on the right side of the Most High, correct?
What does that denote, Alan?
Huh?
What does that denote going back to Daniel 9? What does that denote? What is that denote going back to other? What does that denote going to Jewish thought in terms of authority?
It's self-explanatory that the Most High and Christ are two different people. When it speak about the Most High and Christ being the same, is just like a husband and wife supposed to be the same.
No, here we go.
Basically, if like the husband and wife becomes
Alan,
one.
Alan,
Let me finish, brother.
Go ahead.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
So the husband and wife becomes one. You understand? So basically, whatever views and stance that I have, my wife's supposed to have. Whatever views and stance the Most High have, Christ's supposed to have. And the scriptures speak about that. You understand?
Here we go.
So it's not a
brother, you got a two God doctrine. That's what you're having right there. You have a two God doctrine.
No, it's a one God doctrine.
Go ahead, Elder Graham.
Yeah, we gonna have that midrash or debate on the virgin birth, and like I say, I wish that could have been before the
Esau.
White man Edom book, cause we still doing that today, right, Alan?
Of course.
Okay, good. And Dunas, you gonna moderate, right?
Yeah, I'm moderate.
Okay, now watch this. Now I'm about to read. I went and found it. Now watch this. Now let me make this clear, and I ain't even gonna take my face off. It's it's sad. It's some sad stuff when people just want to do whatever they do to try to build. I ain't trying to build no platform. I ain't trying to build no name like that. But look, when I say this, when I read this, Don't nobody, and somebody may still do it. I ain't trying to tell nobody to go read no Mishnah. I ain't trying to tell nobody to go read the Talmud. I said it last year, year before last. I'm saying it now. The brother got up here and he said something that was concerning the circumcision and oral. So I asked them to produce the source allegedly, that they getting this from to do this. And like I said, if somebody doing that, like I said earlier, I don't support that. I don't approve that message. Make that clear. But what I want us to do now, please, this is why I asked the brother to produce a source, because maybe our source I got right here ain't the source. Because remember, like I said, the Talmud is vast. The Mishnah is vast. I think everybody will agree to that. But let me read what I was able to find from the Talmud and from the Mishnah. I'm going to read the Mishnah first because I believe the Mishnah would have came first, and then the Talmudists would have been writing what the Mishnah said, So now, I'm going to read it. Just going to read it. And now, when I read this, I ain't trying to say nothing that is saying. I ain't trying to read nothing into the text. I'm just going to read it, and I want to see what your response is. It says, in Shabbat, Mishnah Shabbat 19:2. 19 and 2. Let me see. Make sure that's right. No. Yeah, 19:2. It says, page 419. Here we go. Now, Shabbat means Sabbath. Shabbat means Sabbath. Shabbat. The Hebrew word Shabbat. That means Sabbath. So y'all know. That's the Hebrew word for Shabbat. That means that's Shabbat. Okay, this is the tractate dealing about circumcision on the Shabbat. It says, number 2, it says, 19:2, it says, we may perform all the necessities of circumcision on the Sabbath. We may circumcise, that has a comma, uncover, then it has the, in brackets there, the corona. I believe it's C-O, because I be chopping words up. C-O-R-O-N-A. Did I pronounce that right, fellas, brothers? Corona? That sound like a drink. Wait. Bruce, can you mute? Is that Bruce? I don't know who's it. Okay.
No, I was muted.
Okay, I don't know who that
No,
was.
that's Alan. Alan, you mute yourself, brother.
My bad. We may circumcise, comma, uncover the. Now, am I pronouncing that right? Do the corona?
I believe so. Yeah, it sounds right.
Okay, it's spelled C-O-R-O-N-A. So I'm gonna say corona. I could be wrong. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna read it again. Okay, we may perform all necessities of circumcision on the Shabbat. We may circumcise, comma, uncover the corona, draw, in parentheses, the blood. Draw the blood and place a bandage and cumin upon it. If he did not crush the cumin, that might be like a herb, some spice, some cumin, before the Sabbath, he may chew it, they're talking about the cumin, with his teeth and apply it. I'm gonna read it one more again. Now this is directly out the Mishnah. I'm gonna read it one more again. Now, if somebody take that and put their own twist on how they do it, I'm just reading what it says. I'm gonna read it one more again because I know somebody may take this and try to do whatever. But it is what it is. You know, these guys out here, social media are changed. I'm gonna read it one more again, and I want somebody to tell me what this means. We may perform all the necessities of circumcision on the Sabbath. We may circumcise, comma, uncover the corona. I'm thinking, it's like I'm saying a beer, but I know I'm saying that wrong. Uncover the corona, comma, draw, parentheses, the blood, All it says is draw the blood and place a bandage and cumin upon it. If he did not crush the cumin, I guess that's something that was used to help to heal the wound, whatever, before the Sabbath. Remember that he may chew it, talking about that cumin stuff, with his teeth and apply it to the wound. Now let me read down here some more footnote down here concerning that. Here we go. Draw the blood. Here we go. The name of it is, the Hebrew name for it is called the Umos Zine. Umos Zine. That's the Hebrew name for it. It's called draw the blood. Draw, then it has the parentheses. I'm going to show it to you. Here we go. Draw, parentheses, brackets, the blood. The blood is drawn out of the womb. All it's saying there is drawn out of the womb to prevent it from coagulating under the skin and causing the, I got to say this word out here, penis to swell. Then it has commentary there. Rambam, Hillel, Michael, then it has commentary. Malab Tutu specifies that the blood must be drawn from even beyond the immediate area of the wound in order to avoid fatal danger to the circumcised. Normally, one who causes blood to flow on the Sabbath. Now going back to Sabbath rules and blood drawn on the Sabbath, okay? Normally, one who causes blood to flow on the Sabbath, where it can be considered a constructive act, violates the Toladah of slaughtering. That means that's another whole thing dealing with blood and drawing, and not blood, but not drawing, but blood flowing and causing blood on the Sabbath. That's one of the rules there. However, in this instance, it is permissible since it is being done to prevent a potential fatal condition from developing. Then it says Rav Rashi. So that's now saying who's quoting that, who's giving that okay, and it said Rav Rashi. Some authorities hold that aside from any medical considerations, drawing out the blood is an inherent part of the mitzvah of circumcision. Then it has sources under that. So from what I'm seeing right there, unless it's in some other kind of Mishnah somewhere that I don't have access to, and if it is, somebody put in the chat. Somebody put it. Email Dunamis, email Bruce, email Allen, email Brian, email it to the person and get it to me, because I would like to get a copy of that, because I want to teach truth. That's all I want. But right now, reading what I just read right there, all it says is draw. Now, somebody later on took that in some rabbinic circles and started using their mouth. That was their choosing, that I don't agree with. That I'm not down. I don't agree with that. But all I'm doing is read what it says to draw.
Quick question, Elder. What are they chewing?
Oh,
is that the foreskin?
No, man, it's the cumin.
What's the cumin? I don't know what the heck a cumin is.
Alan, but even dealing with context, it's about the cumin before the circumcision.
Yeah. For Alan, right quick, let's do this. Can you put up this word cumin? Look it up. C-U-M-I-N.
Yeah, because the reason I'm asking.
No, hold on. Let's get this word cumin, because what I didn't do, I didn't put a little note here to.
Cumin is a herb. It's a plant.
Come on.
So Alan, even using context clues, it says about the cumin before the circumcision.
Brother, the reason I'm asking that because it made the newspapers. I guess those other rabbis didn't get the memo. Okay, it made the papers that the rabbi said it is their custom to put their mouthpiece on those,
See, Alan, come on, man.
Things.
Come on, let's look. Here we go. See, this stuff I ain't got. I whatever they are doing, I don't approve of that. All I'm doing is based when you got up here, you you said based on what's out there, and I know it's out there that they do that. But what all I'm doing is reading directly out of the source that the source says draw. Now, if somebody later on, do whatever. I mean, I want somebody to produce. Cause I could be wrong. Maybe my Mishnah is not Odom. I don't know. But all I'm doing is reading, and I want to be fair to the source. I want to be fair to the source, whether it goes against my view or with my views. All I want is truth. So I'm not trying to be right about everything. I just want truth. So when you came on, you said that, and I jumped off the screen to go find it. And I ain't even read out of the Talmud yet. I got the Talmud right here, with the same subject matter, but I read the Mishnah first, and all it's saying is draw. Now, if
Can
somebody
we get it from the Talmud?
Huh?
Can we get it out the Talmud? See what the Talmud say?
Yeah, I got it. Here we go. I got it right here. Here we go. Talmud, Shabbat. Talmud, Shabbat. And I appreciate you want to get out there because we're just trying to be fair. That's all. Here we go. It says on page 625, and it says, and I can show it to you the highlighted part. See that? Page 625. I'm gonna read it. It says, they do prepare, letter A, under 19.2, letter A, they do prepare all that is needed for circumcision on the Shabbat. 19b, it says, they cut the mark. They cut, meaning the mark of the circumcision. I guess they're gonna mark where they're gonna cut it, like I do today, I guess. And tear and suck out the wound. That's all it says. I'm gonna show it to you.
It say what, Elder? Say it again. It say what to do?
And they suck out the wound.
So the rabbis, when they read that, right? I mean, they just following the book, correct?
But see, I'm trying to tell you that you when they say suck out the wound, it's not saying in the book they put their mouth on it. If somebody later on sucking out the wound, the same thing as drawing out. It's the same. You're drawing out, you're sucking out, you're pulling out. However, they trying to get all this blood out, because it can be fatal to the child. So they draw it out, suck it out, pull it out, whatever you want to put out. What I'm looking for is what you said when they said penis, mouth. When they said mouth, that's all I'm looking for. Okay.
Well,
Hold on. Let me finish. Number C, and they put on it poultice and now they even got cumin here. Then letter D, it says, if one did not pound it on the eve of Shabbat, he chews it in his teeth. Talmud the cumin, and puts it on. So, hey,
yeah.
Okay, so he sucks it. So the rabbi sucks out the blood, and then chew the cumin in his mouth and put it on there. So we got two different oral things going on. But the thing is, when the rabbi,
say it again. I gotta be careful. Because y'all be trying to word things. So I want you to make that plain and clear. What you said again? Go ahead, Adam.
The rabbis read that verse. It says suck.
Okay, Paul. So you mean the rabbis of the day, right? Some of them, right? Not all. Because matter of fact, there are some rabbis that don't agree with that verse. I mean, not that verse. There's some rabbis that don't agree with that practice of using the mouth.
Okay, what else could they use to suck then?
But don't get money, man. Look, I won't dare. But what I can't do, I'm not going there. You can do what you want to do. Anybody can take this clip how they want to take it. I'm not going to read into this no mouth. I'm bigoted. I'm not going to do that. When all the language is saying you pull out, you suck. I don't know. They got me. They ain't a new in the sun. If I have some niggas suck it out, my mind ain't gonna jump to, somebody's mouth being somewhere. I'm not. I don't. The Bible said the thoughts of the righteous are pure. Come on now. The Bible said the thoughts of the righteous are pure. So my thoughts gonna be pure. Now somebody later on, some rabbi or whoever, gonna take that and try to and use that to put their mouth, they got to stand for God. I don't agree with that. All I'm saying, I don't read that in the plain reading of the Mishnah or the Talmud. I don't read that there, and I'm not going to put that there. Now, if you can do what you want to do with it, that's up to you. But I don't see that in the plain reading. What I do see in the mouth is some cumin that they're chewing up, and they're gonna put it on the wound, and I connect that to be something used to bring about the healing. That's the only thing I see in the mouth.
Yeah, because this is going left because it's at the beginning, Elder Green said he's not a Talmudic expert. So Alan, go to them rabbis, because this even goes to the standpoint about a misunderstanding of the Talmud. That it might have a Talmudic passage, but that doesn't mean it's followed by everyone. So I don't think you understand that, Alan. It's like you're using the New Testament, like the Talmud, and Talmud like the New Testament, to say that it has to be followed. Because even that Psalm 110 verse, hold on, even that Psalm 110 verse, if you go to the New Testament, Jesus himself explains it in Matthew, Mark, and Luke. So it's like, what are we doing?
No, I
You
didn't
don't understand the New
all
Testament,
the
but you
rabbis,
understand.
brother. I didn't say all the rabbis did it. I'm not sure. I'm not taking notes on the rabbis who does it, who don't do it.
Alan,
But it was big
the way you
enough.
present, the way you present, Alan, you're putting a broad brush.
It was
And
big
you're
enough
not,
to
you're
make
not,
the
you don't even say.
newspapers.
Alan, did it say all
brother,
rabbis
it
did
made
it, or
the
certain?
newspapers, right?
Alan, did it say all rabbis did it? It said certain rabbis.
I don't know. I didn't ask
So what,
which
Alan,
ones.
bro?
I know that some people admit of doing it, right? So what I'm just saying, I'm not saying all of them do it, but they say they get it from that verse, and also it was big enough to make the papers.
Yeah.
I mean, not no small little not small things make the papers like that.
Okay, Alan, I hear what you're saying, but let's go back. But Alan, real quick, while Bruce is gonna go because Bruce been waiting. Go to Mark 12, 35 through 37, and that explains Psalm 110, verse 1. Go ahead, Bruce.
Hey, sorry for that. Now, it's interesting. I don't know how we got off talking with that, but I guess it all related to the same thing. So anyway, Elder Green was spitting truths earlier, about 45 for an hour. I almost forgot what came on here to talk about. So I want Berean and Elder Green and Brother Allen and you doing this to just bear with me. See, the other day, talking to Colby, and when the broadcast that Berean had on regarding about Esau, and my contention is today, Esau is Rome. Esau are those people in the land today. That's just what I believe. And I believe based on sources and based on my study. Now, people don't have to believe that, but that's up to them. But I do know this. Today's rabbis, when they go to their training, their main focus and their main belief system is STEM. Where Elder Green go? Their main belief system is from the Talmud. Yeah. Their main belief system is the Talmud. And that's clear. So the Talmud, as I said, and people get offended about it, I said is wicked. However, you can use it. Why do I say that? Because you can glean from the Talmud, which including the Mishnah and the other writings. You can glean from the Talmud what today's rabbis think and believe. So when Brother Benaiah Israel quoted that source, he said this was a Jewish writer that believes this, and in that writing that Brother Benaiah Israel cited, the person said it is ridiculous, but yet and still that writing that was cited was undeniably from the Talmud, which today's rabbis actually believe. So Colby came in with that nonsense talking about, oh, he didn't read the source, he didn't read this, he didn't read that. we are educated people. We know what it says. Like I said, the point that Benaiah Israel and myself was trying to convey to people is that's what some Jews believe. And those Jews today, and the rabbis who are trained in the Talmud, all of them believe that. Many of them. So Kobe came in with that nonsense, trying to trick somebody up, like he's trying to be like an Abu, trying to debunk the brother on We Woke Now. What's the brother name? With that foolishness. It shows me. It shows me that that's just immature, because that was the only point that Brother Benaiah Israel was saying. This is what the writing says, and it came from the Talmud. And you all know way back being on Berean show, I said the Talmud is wicked. Y'all don't like me using that word, but for me, it's wicked. Now, can you use the Talmud? Of course. Can you use a source from Buddha that's truth? Truth is truth. But a lot of truth is mixed with leaven. So you had to eat the meat, spit out the bones. The Quran has scripture in it that is truth. But does the rest of it mean that I follow it? No. My position is, when it comes to the Talmud, that it's wicked. My position is you can't use the Talmud for doctrine. My position is you can't use the Talmud for trying to get people saved. So for people to make those statements saying that I'm off kilter with that, no, it's wise. Number one, the script, the New Testament says you have to defend the faith that was once delivered unto the saints. How are you going to defend the faith if you don't know what these heresies, what these false doctrines say? So I do not advocate babes in Christ, babes in Mashiach, to study that, because they can get tossed to and fro. But learned people can understand that and pick out heresy. I want you all to be very clear on that. But the Talmud is wicked, and it all stemmed out of where they came from and their origin. And the Jews of today fall in two main types. Let's just break it down. The Sephardic Jews and the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardic Jews make up 5-10% Jewry worldwide. Ashkenazis are from Eastern Europe Jews, which were found in Poland, Russia, Germany, Western Asia, and this group make up like 90% of the so-called Jews today. And many references in terms of learning identify the bulk of Ashkenazi Jews were derived from people known as Khazars. Now they try to debunk that because they want to hide their origin, which they've been doing. And the original Jewish encyclopedia of 1905, revealed that the main stock of Jews came from the Asiatic people known as Khazars. And it says, Jewish Encyclopedia, Volume 6, Part 1, a people of Turkish origin whose life and history are interwoven with the very beginning of history, the Jews of Russia. Historical evidence points to the region or the origin of the Urals as the home of Khazars. I didn't write that. This is the original Jewish encyclopedia. Okay? The Khazars were a nomadic people who had no traces of a Hebrew culture whatsoever. Matter of fact, they followed paganism and sex-oriented religions, and they rejected Christianity and Mohammedanism and decided to go with Jewry. They sent people to the Babylonian institutes or places of higher learning, and they became Jews. That's my position. You may disagree with that, but that's what I believe. Now, as I said earlier, the Talmud is wicked, but you can glean things like the thought of the Pharisees, because basically the Talmud is basically modern day Phariseeism, and that's just a fact. There was a writer named H.G. Wells in his book, The Outline of History, 3rd edition. He said that the Idumeans, which are Edomites, were made of Jews and Turkish people, Khazars, and were mainly Jews in South Russia. The main part of Judea never was in Judea and never had come out of Judea. That's H.G. Wells, an outline of history. Okay, so and Edom and Esau are Edomians, and they are of Mount Seir. Okay, so that's where this come from. Now, people want to say, okay, where's your sources about the Talmud and it's wicked? Well, there's a lot of stuff out there, but I will say this: here's a contrast between the Talmud and the Torah, where I would say the Tanakh and the Bible. Okay, you got two contrasting religious thoughts. So, and I want you people to understand this. For instance, Judaism from the Talmud, they approve of sodomy. Okay, and I'm gonna read this. If one commits sodomy with a child of less than 9 years, no guilt is incurred. Sanhedrin 54b. So you all check that. Now, the Christianity Bible prohibits sodomy. Thou shalt not lie with mankind, as with womankind, it is an abomination. Leviticus 18:20. Okay, the Talmud also states approves of child sacrifice to idols. And in Sanhedrin 64 and A, it says, he who gives of his seed to Molech incurs no punishment. But Leviticus 21:2 says, prohibiting child sacrifice to idols. Whoever give any of his seed to Molech, he shall surely be put to death. All right, I'm going to go again. Cursing parents allowed. Sanhedrin 66 and A. These are the parts of the Sanhedrin family. One who curses parents isn't punished unless he curses them by divine name. That's Sanhedrin 66a. What is Exodus 21:17 and Matthew 54:7? It says, he that curses his father or mother shall be put to death. Now, here's another one, allowing chantings. Sanhedrin 101a. It is permitted to consult by a charm the spirits of oil and eggs and make incantations. Deuteronomy 8:10-11 says, none of you shall be an enchanter or a charmer or a consulter with familiar spirits. Bestiality condoned in the Talmud. Yabamoth, that's Yebamoth family, 59b, says women having intercourse with a beast can marry a priest. The act is but a mere womb. That's in Yabamoth 59b. Okay, now what does Leviticus 18:23 say? You shall not lie with any beast, nor shall any woman stand before a beast to lie with it. Now, harlotry, lawful. And this is in the Talmud, Abadah, Zerah, 62b-60-a. A harlot's hire is permitted for what the woman has received is legally a gift. Now, harlotry in Deuteronomy 22:21, she that plays the whore in her father's house shall be put to death. Blasphemy allowed, according to the Talmud. I'm just giving you snippets, stuff that I have studied.
Bruce, I'm gonna just pause real quick on that prostitution part. We have had some Israelite brothers say you can have a prostitute of another nation. I just want to pause. So I'm go ahead, cause you bring up a lot of points.
Yeah.
So I'm going to let you play. But I just want to bring that point up real quick. I'm just bringing that point up real quick. We have some Israelite brothers said that you can use a prostitute as long as you
I know they're in error and they're in error, and that's just a fact. So, brothers don't even believe in the Bible. They just take snippets of the Bible. Okay, blasphemy allowed. Sanhedrin 65a through b. One can revile their divine name if mentally applying it to the. I'm sorry. Let me start over. Sanhedrin 65a through b. One can revile the divine name if mentally applying it to the other object. No. Leviticus 24:16 said, he that blasphemes the name of the Lord shall surely be put to death. Okay, and as it relates to vows, not required to keep the vows, one may declare every vow which I may make in the future shall be null and void. And that's in the part of the Sanhedrin, which is in Nadarim, Nedarim 23a-23 and b. But what does Numbers say in 30 and 2? If a man vows, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that he spoke. Murder condoned. in the Talmud. If 10 men smote a man with 10 staves and he died, they are exempt from punishment. Okay? Murder forbidden. He that smites with a man with a stave, so he dies, he is a murderer and shall be put to death. My point is, and this is not even the passages, because I got it at, I got those passages at the crib. But these are not even the passages that deface, give blasphemy to the Son, to the Mashiach, Jesus, the Messiah, and they are just horrible. So my thing is, the Jews also say that there's no breach of the Talmudic law. He may even know a biblical law, but he may transgress it. And this is from Jewish Encyclopedia. Hold on, let me find it right here. This is Boaz Cohen, Every Man's Talmud, EP, Dutton Publishing Company, 1949. And it says, the Talmud is to this day the circulating heart of the Jewish religion. Whatever laws, customs, or ceremonies we Jews observe, whether we are Orthodox, Conservative, Reform, or merely spasmodic sentimentalists, we follow the Talmud. It is our common law. So it just amazes me how people in the Christian world, and I'm not saying all, it just amazes me that you all will come against us, me, brethren like Elder Green, who believe in the Tanakh. We believe in, we hold to some passages in the Torah. Brothers, Dante, Sister E, the Tail Tree, Jacoba and Minister Teyu, Brother Benaiah Israel, Pastor Kelly, Ashanda, what's the other brother name? The Truth Unedited, who believe in the scripture in its totality, believe Mashiach is Messiah. You all come hard against us. But these folks who believe in this, which is the common law of Judaism and the common law of what they believe, it amazes me how you all will come up against us, but you all have nothing to say. If you do have something, it's very little, because it's hands off to the untouchables. And that's the hypocrisy that we see all over. And we believe in the Messiah. We believe you. We believe in the gospel. We believe you have to be this. And so my point is, again, the Talmud is actually, the product of Palestinian and Babylonian schools, and it's called the Babylonian Talmud, and that's from Boaz Solomon Grazel of the Jewish Publishing Society, the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia, 1942. So when I come and make a statement about the Talmud is wicked, I'm not just running off at the mouth. I know what I'm talking about. So you get people like Kobe come in here and take a snippet or one verse that was said and try to make as if me and Brother Benaiah Israel don't have other sources to back up what we're saying. Brother Benaiah Israel and that awesome series, and I invite you all to take it and quit just taking pieces of it, read the whole thing. But in that particular video, Brother Benaiah Israel was reading the scripture, and reading the book, his source, and it is a source. This is in spite of what Kobe talking about. Anybody got to be scholarly reviewed to read some other person's writing? That is just ridiculous. But for anybody to, unless you can believe anything that's coming out of theological thought or scholarly thought, it has to be peer reviewed by these unsaved seminary people. And I say I'm unsaved because I've been around them. I still talk to some of them today, and I argue with them when I was in seminary, because with their arrogant, pompous, Eurocentric Christianity belief system, that's leading people into deception. Yeah, I believe that. So my whole point in coming on here today is to show you that the Talmud is wicked. However, you can use it for finding out what the thought is of the people who believe in it and who adhere to it, who teach that. You can glean culture from there. You can glean what their thought, some of their dietary plan is in there. So yeah, I mean, come on now. There's a whole lot of doctrines or writings out from going all the way back into antiquity that is evil and wicked and say false things, but do we dismiss all that was in there? No, you eat the meat, spit out the bones. If it doesn't line up with the word of God, then it's trash, and it is wicked, especially when they come up against the Messiah, when it comes against the Most High Yahuwah. Yes. So I'll step back.
Hey, brother, what was that verse you read? The first
one?
Verse you brought up. When they was
From the
dealing with
Talmud?
the kids. Yeah, from the Talmud, when they were dealing with the kids. Because they said that suction could be anything. But we're gonna line it up.
I don't really want. Let me see. Let me look through my. I'm looking through my notes.
Bruce, hold on. Elder, I just want a quick question and let you go, because Bruce brought the cause out there, but we dealt with that already, with origins and that kind of stuff. So we're not going to dignify that to where Jews come from Khazars. But Bruce, if the Talmud is so wicked, how many Jews do you go to evangelize to and reason with them with scriptures? With all that you point out, how many Jews do you deal with?
Repeat that question because you lost me.
How many Jews do you deal with? The Talmud is so wicked. You got to listen to all these passages. How many Jews do you go to evangelize to share the gospel?
Anyone that has an ear to hear, if they want to trample the gospel or the Tanakh on the ground, is just what the Messiah say. You give it to her out of the second and third admonition. You wipe your feet and go and move on. Because
Paul went to the synagogues daily. Right?
No.
Do you because the Jewish community is on too far. You can find them in about any city.
Yeah, you got them over in Oak Park, Michigan. It's a big Jewish community.
Do you go down to Oak Park and evangelize with tracts with a speaker to talk to folks?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't. No, I don't. I can't. I don't have the time. And now, the thing is, the Holy Spirit will guide you when you come in the midst, or when you come into the presence of an individual, whether it be of Islam, Judaism, Buddha, and he would lead you into giving the gospel. You just don't, just because a person say, "Hey, I'm Muslim." Sometimes I just shut my mouth because it's a waste of time, because you have to understand that the Holy Spirit will lead you when to, because one plant, one water, and God give the increase. But my point is to all this, that when Brother Benaiah Israel quoted that passage, he was making a point that that's what Jews believe.
Yeah,
that's what that. But here's the thing. Hold on, Dunas, and I'll let you have it. But the point is, but for Kobe to come out and say, "Oh, we didn't read the first part," that wasn't the point. That's what's in the Talmud. That the Talmud is the common law of that. It doesn't mean just because it came out of the Talmud is it not true. It's still true. That's what they believe, because the Talmud is the most focal point of rabbinic teaching, and this is what they go by. So that's what Jews believe, and it's a plethora, multiple sightings in the Universal Encyclopedia Judea, the Jewish Encyclopedia, all over, other Jewish writers and scholars who believe Esau is Rome. I personally believe Esau are the untouchables and Rome, because if you look at the judgment that's coming down on the earth when the Messiah, he's coming against Edom. And matter of fact, he says, who is, the question in the Bible, I forget the passage, I believe it's in Revelation or Ezekiel, it could be Jeremiah, but they were talking about his dyed garments in red. He said he came out of Edom because he's slaughtering Edom, you know. And what is Edom? Those nations, those Eurocentric European nations who believe, and that's who run these nations. The elite of these nations are Esau. And
Isaiah 63.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
Land your plane, brother. You land your plane.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Okay. Now, I'll one last thing, because Bruce,
I just want to get Elder Green's position on what I brought out in terms of bringing out the you know, Torah pass. I'm sorry, forgive me, Elder Green and family. The Talmudic passages that I brought out, and I quoted where they're located. Go ahead, brother.
No, Elder Green, let me say this, because no one hears the Talmud is Bruce. Well, what we're trying to say is, one of the points we brought out is that the viewpoint that was used about captivity is a Talmudic viewpoint of those who don't have the Messiah. So for B'nai Israel to use that in terms of prophecy and captivity, y'all are going more in alignment with the Talmudists than with the New Testament. That's the point. That's one thing that being brought out.
No, he wasn't bringing. That wasn't a point. Because remember, he went to Deuteronomy. He went to do. If you would have kept running the tape, but if you would have kept running the tape, it was he compared that which was said to Deuteronomy.
Exactly. So that's exactly you're more in line with the Talmudists using that viewpoint of captivity to showcase your point, than opposed to going with the New Testament. What does the New Testament have to say about captivity and all that kind of stuff? And Esau and Edom. Go ahead, Elder Green. That's the whole point. Y'all are going more in line with the Talmudists.
No, that's not the point. He was showing he was showing the history and what they did, and then he said even pretty much what he was saying was this what some Jews believe as well. So, but y'all missed the whole point. What he was saying, because
and
y'all trying to get
the author of the book is a Christian saying that it is obscure for Christian to even believe.
Yeah, he's saying that's that one Christian author, but with that Christian author, Dunamis and family, here saying this is ridiculous, this is crazy, but this is what they believe, and he quoted a source out of the Talmud. But B'nai Israel said this is what Jews believe, which are Jews. So he didn't lie. He didn't bring anything false. All right, Elder Green, go ahead.
Okay. Now, am I good doing this?
Yeah, you're good. I think Bruce saying that he found them Talmudists that don't believe the Messiah has come. But go ahead. And out of prophecy.
One thing I will agree with Bruce when he said, a lot of things I agree with Bruce. But one thing that definitely sticks out when he said that, you know, we don't come up here trying to teach Talmud. I said it earlier before. I encourage nobody not to even go into it to try to study the Mishnah and Talmud, none of that. But what I do, and I'm not trying to go to bat for Talmud. Y'all know I'm just here answering questions and not trying to pro Talmud. I make sure it's clear. I don't encourage nobody to go read it and study it. But I do want us, if we are going to get into it or touch on it, to quote it like it says. Now, Bruce, I do have that. I think you mentioned that book right there. I do got that, Every Man's Talmud. That all this is just like a little condensed. It ain't even condensed because this ain't nowhere near like the volumes of the Talmud, but it's like a little small version that gives some
right.
Okay, but now, Bruce, as you were naming your sources, naming the tractates or the chapters in the Sanhedrin, I was writing them down. Some of them I did get, some of them I didn't. The ones I was able to write down very quick as you was going through them was 64 and 8. So now I'm gonna go there. Now, if you can tell me directly where you're reading from, and I'm not saying that I agree with it, I just like know what line you're looking at because it's like it's rabbis that go back and forth. So I want to see which line you're talking about, because when I went to 64, here we go, Sanhedrin 64, and I'm gonna show it to you. I'm gonna show it right here.
64 and 8. Because I have wrote this down hold on. Several times from it.
Can y'all see that 64A right there? Can y'all see that? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, can y'all see that 64A? See that? Okay, anybody responding, but here we go. So
I can't read it.
I can't read it. I can't read it, Elder Green. I can see it, but I can't read it.
Okay, I'm gonna make sure you see it. Okay, it's 64a. Now I'm just gonna read. Remember now, it's a whole lot of lines that come behind it. So I'm just gonna read the first couple of lines, and I want you to show me the part you're talking about. So the first couple of lines says this.
Well, I can't pull it up now, the Elder Green, because I'm not there. This is just my notes from actually reading it. So I can actually dispute what you're saying because I don't have the source that I have in front of me. So go ahead.
Okay, here we go. On the 64a in the Sanhedrin Talmud, it says this is like a continuation from previous. So that means it'll be a continuation from like 63b. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going right to where you said 64a. And it's going to be an ongoing back and forth, but I'm just going to read it so you can see what's going on here for the gist of it. 64a, he said to him, 64a, be silent so as not to make mention of the name of the Lord. So that means he's responding to something. And that's on the letter N. So now letter O said this. It was because. So now he's going to say, why was it? It was because his father and mother had not taught him the worship of the Lord. He forthwith took out his little idol from his bosom and began to hung it and kiss it until his stomach burst and his idol fell to the ground and he fell on it. This was to carry out that which was said, he shall cast your carcass upon the carcass of your idols. Leviticus 26:30. Thus we see that the Israelites were sincere in their idol worship. So far, all that's basically saying that some Israelite that had gotten into idol worship, they're speaking negative about it. So I need you to show me where, and I can read on and on and on and on and on until you get to 65.
65.
So I need to know where you talk, because I can read some more. And
well, yeah. Matter of fact, I can't.
Hold on. I'll let you talk. I jumped over 66a and 66a on page 345. It says do not begin with me, for lo, it is dawn, it is a new moon, it is the Sabbath. So I don't know which. Okay, let me read. Let me read this. It says this. Here's a little note here. I don't know which point he's talking about. He said, "He who profaned the Sabbath," Mishnah 7:4, in regard to a matter on account of deliberate doing, of which they are liable to extirpation, and on account of the inadvertent doing, of which they are liable of a sin offering. That's basically saying somebody does something, basically against the Sabbath, they got to bring a sin offering. So what was it? And then it says, he who curses his mother and father is liable on it. And then it goes down and explains where he has cursed them by the divine name. So basically what it's saying there is, if somebody cursed the mother and the father by the divine name, because see, the Sanhedrin is what's going to render out what kind of punishment, what somebody get or don't get. So he cursed him with euphemism, and he cursed him with euphemism. Man,
yeah, I quoted that in Sanhedrin 66 and A.
Well, I'm reading 66 and A now. So what I'm saying is, these are different rabbis that's going to give different opinions and views on certain subject matter. So what I'm asking, when you came out, now mind you, keep it like I said earlier, and you right on it. I don't agree with everything in this book. I don't agree with everything in the Talmud. But what we got to do is read what it says and let it speak for itself. And then when it brings something out that's not according to the Orthodox view of the Torah, then we're going to always lean with the Orthodox view of the Torah. But if it's something that doesn't, and it don't go against New Testament, stuff like that, then it's okay. So, but I'm just saying that if you had somewhere where it specifically said that at, because what I would do without having to go ahead and read the whole thing on this YouTube, I would go to that specific line and see what's going on in the discussion, and that'll kind of give me a feel of what they're going back and forth about. That's all.
Well,
But it ain't
well, I
no
don't have. Yeah. Okay. So obviously, I said I don't have it because these are my notes. But I read the Talmud. So you said you brought about the
You
we
read
were
the
talking about
Talmud?
the cursing parents allowed, and I quoted Sanhedrin 66:8. One who curses parents isn't his parents isn't punished unless he's cursed them by divine name. Right? Did you quote that?
Yeah.
What?
I just read that.
Okay. So yeah, I quoted that. So I guess I'm not really catching on what you're saying. But anyway, Elder Green.
No. What I'm saying. Well, okay. Let me go back and make sure I'm clear. Make sure we're clear. Let me go back. That passage there is on 345, page 345. Let me go back there. Let me see. And then that's gonna come out of Mishnah 7:8. It'd be good to go back to the Mishnah.
Excuse me. Okay, while you look for that, my whole point of when I quoted those when I did the comparison, when I did those comparison, because I got that from one of the book I was reading. And hold on, the reason why I did that, I was showing why my whole point was showing the contrast between the Bible, and that was showing that the Talmud is wicked and evil, and it doesn't line up with the Bible. And as I said, the Talmud can be used to understand the thought of modern day Jewry and what the rabbis are being taught compared to the Tanakh, the Torah, and the Bible. So that's all I'm saying is and so that's why I said, why I say that. I'm just, people will come on here and say, Elder Green, Dunamis and Alan, people come in here and say, well, no, you shouldn't read it, but they won't give nothing else. They won't show anything. They won't give any tractates or or verses and stuff. So I guess what I was trying to show the contrast between the Bible and some of the tractates and some of the verses, for lack of a better word right now, of what's in the Talmud. And these not even, hey, Elder Green, these ain't even the verses that I have these are not even the verses that I have regarding what they say about the Messiah. Woo!
Okay.
Unbelievable. Yeah, okay.
Let me read a little bit more on the 66A before we get to 66B, because they go into another whole subject, or not subject, but continuation. On the 66A, in this book, page 346, it says, and watch this now, I'm going to read. He shall surely be put to death, Leviticus 29. That is by execution through stoning. That's letter A. And watch this. Letter B says this. You say, now, like I said, this is this discussion. See where I'm coming from? Letter B says this. You say that it is through stoning, but perhaps it is by any one of the other modes of execution that are all listed in the Torah. Verse C, and letter C says, here the scripture states, his blood shall be upon him, Leviticus 29, they quote it again. And elsewhere it states, a man who is a familiar spirit or a wizard shall surely be put to death. And so that's my whole point. In the same 66A, you have somebody there stand that, okay, whoever does this, put together death by stoning, or not even by stoning, or by some other means of execution. So it's a discussion, Bruce. That's all. It's a discussion. Now, once again, I know somebody gonna take. I pray they don't. Please hear my heart. I pray they don't take it the wrong way. Like I'm sitting here saying pro Talmud. I'm saying, if we're going to read it, we got to make sure we read what it says. That don't mean I agree with everything in this, because I don't.
I agree.
You got to repeat it over and over and over again, because people like to make clippings. They just want to stay on top of the world, I guess. I don't know what they want to do.
Yeah, they want to do sound bites and saying, Elder Green said this, but you're right.
So that's all. That's
yeah.
all. That's all.
So my main, see, me and you are in agreement with that. I said it's wicked, and at the beginning I said, and listen to this, family, I said it's I would not advise babes in Christ to read the Talmud. I myself, an elder, somebody like who's been studying, like Dunamis, Berean, Allen, J.T. Mack, who's been studying, we can decipher heresy, paganism, falsehoods. But when I'm saying it, as I said earlier, the babe in Christ who just came in, I don't advise them to look at it. I look at it for sources to show that this was what some of the rabbis believe. Many of the rabbis believe. And that's what Benaiah Israel was saying. So he wasn't just not saying that it didn't come from the Talmud. He was saying he was quoting a Jewish source, which came from the Talmud. So that's my only point is that no, I don't advocate a babe in Christ to study the Talmud nor study the Quran, because you can get twisted, tossed to and fro. You know. All right, doing this.
Hey, Dunamis.
My
Go
bad,
ahead,
brother.
JT.
My bad,
Go
brother. I
ahead,
stepped away
JT.
for a second. Go ahead.
Took a nap.
Oh, okay. Great. Greetings, everybody.
Breathing.
Elder Green, you keep turning your camera off and on. I don't know if you're trying to hide from somebody. I'm just messing with you, brother. Hey, look. No, your camera. You're muted, bro. You're muted. Oh, there you go.
That's Bruce in the bushes. He can't show his face. He in the bushes, so he can't.
No,
he can't.
hey, Elder Green, Bruce light skinned than you, man.
He is?
Yeah, man, I'm a light skinned brother, and and I ain't with no shame, baby.
Hey, Hey, so you might be a convert like me.
No, ain't no convert. Ain't no convert. My my father was blacker than a berry. You see Dunamis's avatar up there? That's how daddy was. And mama was light skinned. All right,
Hey.
so I'm good, baby. Go ahead, JT.
Hey, Elder Green, you get Dunamis to turn his camera on again. You see he got that beard going, so I don't know, you got to keep your eye on Dunamis. You got to I think he's converting finally. So, but look here, and maybe Kobe's not here. I jumped on because Kobe's not here to defend himself, but I think there's a misunderstanding of what Kobe was trying to bring out. So, and this is I believe it all started when Elder Green was making a point the day before, whenever that was, about the Edomites. And then Bruce, if I'm not mistaken, you were pushing back, you guys were going back and forth, and then you were asked for a source, and then you had used Benaiah Israel's video to bring out a source. Well, the source that Benaiah was using was a Christian guy who was quoting in his book he's Christian.
No, the guy who was quoting from the Talmud, and I'm gonna give it right back to you, bro. And the guy who was quoting is a Christian, but that source came from the Talmud. The rabbis, that's their Bible. That's who they get trained in. The today's rabbinic Jewry, it's their common law. So he wasn't lying. He said that's. I think we have a misunderstanding, but continue.
Well, I mean, I think Kobe knows. I mean, okay, so let's look at it like this. So yeah, the guy was a Christian. He was quoting from the Talmud, but the video, and you probably want to go back and look at look at Benaiah's video again, because it seems like Benaiah was quoting this guy as if he was a Jew holding to these belief systems, when it turns out that the guy was not a Jew and he was a Christian, and he was basically scoffing at those belief systems coming from the Talmud. And
no, my understanding was when he said, "Look, look at this source," what the Jew said. That's my recollection. That's what I saw, and that's what I still believe Benaiah was saying. This is what the Jews believe, and he said,
right. But when he said this is what the Jew said, wasn't he referring to the guy that wrote the book?
My
See, that's the
understanding,
problem.
he was he was quoting what was being said, not what not the guy in the book, but the verbiage of what was being said. Well, that's why he read the whole thing.
Okay, well, and
So that's why I think the mix-up is.
Yeah, well, somebody help me, because if that be true, then why not just go straight to the Talmud and quote from there?
No,
Instead of quoting from a Christian. Maybe I'm mixing up.
I think he just found a book. I think he just, this is me speculating, I think he just found a source from the 1800s that goes in line with the narrative about captivity and Esau and things of that nature. That's what it sounded like. And it wasn't further vetting in terms of what the source was coming from the Jews.
That's your interpretation, but just like other people text me and like, Bruce, I didn't see what that. I don't even see no problem with what Benaiah said, because in the final analysis, it came from the Talmud, and that's what Jews believe. Well, and he said, Benaiah said, this is what the Jews believe. Let's look what the Jews believe.
Right. Well, I guess what I'm getting at is, and maybe you and Kobe will have to come on in a panel together sometime soon to clear this up, because to my understanding, my recollection, Kobe is saying that just what Dunamis said, the guy that Benaiah was using this guy's book, and the guy wasn't even a Jew. He doesn't even believe in that stuff. So it's like he was using that guy as a source. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm trying to say is, if I'm going to quote from the Talmud, I'm gonna quote from the Talmud. But if I'm quoting from somebody's book, then I'm using that book as a source. You understand? I
understand what you're saying.
Bruce, you know what I'm talking about. Come on.
I clearly understand, but you all need to clearly understand that Benaiah was saying this is what the Jews believe, and I didn't have no problem. What Dunamis just explained. Ain't no way in the world I was thinking that. Oh no, this is a Christian author. So this is what the Christians believe, and because that guy plainly said, no, hold on, Dunamis. That guy clearly said it was fallacious, or I don't know what verbiage he used. The guy clearly said this is fallacious, or whatever words he used about it was false, or it's ridiculous, or it doesn't make any sense. But what was being said is what Jews believe.
You know what?
That's why
Breen, I'm about to jump on my laptop. Let's pull the clip up.
It doesn't mean, Dunamis. It doesn't mean what that guy said. He was saying that's what Jews believe. He said it was silly, ridiculous, some other verbiage he was saying, but that's what Jews believe. And then Kobe said that's not what Jews believe. But if you go back to the original Universal Jewish Encyclopedia, Universal Encyclopedia Judea, all of it, and scholars, they believe Esau is Rome. And so,
I think Kobe
was the other point.
I think Kobe was saying not all Jews believe that. Just like you guys were just talking about how some Jews may believe in this, whatever that was going on in the Talmud about the circumcision. But I think
JT. No, because Bruce, what happened? Elder Green brought up that Edom is symbolic, it's allegorical, it's no longer a person, right? It's correct. It's an evil system, right? Then Bruce, if I'm not mistaken, Bruce brought up saying that no, Edom is a person, and Edom is Rome.
I said Edom is a person. Edom are wicked nations. That's it. You cannot say it's a system when he's coming, when he's gonna have blood on his gut. When the Messiah comes, when he say, "Who is this who come out of Edom?" and he wrenched, and he went through those nations, and he got blood on him. You gonna get blood from a metaphor? Like Alan said, no. You explain that to me. How Messiah is coming? He's gonna have blood on a system? No, he's talking about nations who enslaved his people into captivity. He's talking about nations. He's talking about, and that's who he's coming to judge. Obadiah 18. Matter of fact, I think it's 18. Dunamis, if you get a chance, pull up Obadiah 18. You cannot get a system or a metaphor and then have blood on it. When the Messiah is coming, he's coming back to judge those nations who put his people into captivity. So Brother Benaiah Israel was saying that even the Talmudic Jews, or he didn't say Talmudic Jews, but he said this is what the Jews believe, that who enslaved them, who Esau is, and what they did, enslaved Judah, and the judgment has not yet manifested itself fully. All right, anyway,
right.
pull up.
We don't disagree.
Pull up Obadiah 18, Dunamis.
Yeah, Dunamis is re-logging in, but we don't disagree with that. But what we're saying is that he was using that guy as a Jewish source, and that guy's not a Jew. That was the reason Covey went and bought the book and read the book and like, hey, this guy ain't even a Jew, and Benaiah was using this guy as a Jewish source. He's not a Jewish source.
No, Covey's trying to get a I got you minute. But the fact of the matter is, he said this is what the Jews believe, and he sourced that particular book, and that's what Jews believe. I just read you what Jews believe. I just came over that. If people like Abu, is people, and I respect Abu, but if people like Abu try to get those I got you moments, and Covey try to find suit, he talk about, this is just I just don't see, this is ridiculous. No, it's the truth. That's what Jews believe. The Talmud is the common law of rabbinic Jewry, the rabbis, and that's what they believe.
Okay. Well, what we need to do then, we're gonna go ahead and let Dunamis roll the tape back. But the other issue was when now you're gonna have to take this one, bro. Take this L on this one, because when Elder Green was pointing out something from the Talmud as what the Jews believe or something, you were telling him I can't accept that wicked Talmud, but then it was okay for Benaiah to use the Talmud as a source. That ain't right, bro.
Yes, it is. Listen, I broke that down earlier, JT. Listen, this is what I said. I said you cannot, and I done said it plenty of times, and I clarified myself today, and Elder Green said the same thing. I said it is wicked, and the guest says, and the guest came on and says, hey, why are you calling everybody wicked, or the Catholic Church wicked, or the Talmud wicked? Yeah, because it is wicked. And I clarified myself multiple times, plenty of broadcasts in the past, that the Talmud is wicked. I don't advocate babes in Christ reading it because they can get tossed to and fro. But you can gather information from the Talmud, like Brother Benaiah Israel did, and you can get the thought of rabbinic Judaism. You can get culture, you can get dietary laws from the Talmud, but as far as doctrine, I don't. So how is that there's a problem with that? It's the same thing it's the same thing for if you read the Quran, which I don't advocate people for babes to advocate, but people who are learned can get some things from the Talmud, from the Torah, and get their culture, where it came from, so historical evidence and so forth. There's no problem with that.
Okay, well, slow down for a second.
Okay, go ahead.
Elder Green, and he can attest to this. He was not using the Talmud as doctrine. He was just pointing out some specific belief system or history or something along the nature regarding the Edomites. It had nothing to do with doctrine. So, but as soon as he was, put that out there, you shot it down like, oh, that evil, wicked Talmud. I'm not saying that the Talmud doesn't have wicked, evil stuff in it. I'm just saying if Benaiah can use, if it's okay for Benaiah to use the Talmud for sourcing, it's okay for Elder Green to use the Talmud for sourcing, is what I'm getting at.
Okay, where's Elder Green?
Yeah, Elder Green. Be fair, Bruce.
Hold on, Elder Green. You remember the thing, because I went over it, and when you were saying that, I said, well, the Talmud is wicked anyway, and I clarified, and I think you heard me plenty of times before, Elder Green, saying that I think the Talmud is wicked, but you can use it for like understanding Jewish thoughts, culture, history, dietary laws. Am I right or am I wrong? Elder Green.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I said you heard me in the past multiple times saying the Roman Catholic Church is wicked, the Talmud is wicked. But I said in terms of for the Talmud, you can use it to understand their thought back then. You can understand them to understand their culture and their teachings. that, you know, and historical and dietary laws. Have you heard me say that before? I done did that plenty of times on Berean show.
Yeah, I heard you say that. Yes.
Yeah. So JT, that's what I'm saying, man. I wasn't disagreeing. Like I very rarely disagree with Elder Green, but I do disagree on some points. But for the most part, we mostly on one accord. We just see it in a different passage. But go ahead, JT.
Yeah, but when he was bringing out that the beliefs of what the Jews believe about, you know, the Edomites, or you shot that down, bro. I'm telling you, when you weren't having that from that Talmud, and it was like it wasn't about doctrine; it was about history. Just
Yeah,
like you just
exactly.
said. Yeah.
Right, because Elder Green said it was a system. I said the Talmud is wicked. I said that the Talmud, which is rabbinic thoughts and what they believe, they see, and Elder Green can tell you too, they do believe that Esau is wrong, but a lot of them don't. But the fact of the matter is, those scriptures in the Torah, they showing the Messiah coming back to give judgment on the Edomians, and they're coming. The Messiah's coming back in Isaiah 63 that he's gonna have blood on his garment. So that's not a system. That's those nations.
Okay.
Who are Esau?
Bruce. Okay. So because I said my name is in the conversation. Good to see you.
Yeah. So maybe I misunderstood you when you were saying that.
Here we go.
Okay, go ahead.
Can a system be in operation without humans operating it?
Well, no.
Well, watch my wording. Can a system be in operation without humans operating it?
No, you're right. No.
Okay, so that's my whole point. I don't know who the Edomite is. When I say system, I don't mean something spooky, invisible. I mean, there got to be humans that's operating this Edomite system. I believe that those humans are conglomerate or makeup of different colors, different races, different nations that fall under that Edomite spirit, if I may say it like that. So when I say system, I don't mean like somebody going
a metaphor. So you don't mean like a metaphor then? You just saying, okay, so I got you now. I agree with you. Okay.
Here we go. I give a good example of the system. I give a good example. I believe, me personally, I believe in the Battle of Armageddon. I believe in that. I don't know about you. I believe in that. And that's when Christ is going to be there, paraphrasing, to fight off the enemy for the saints. I believe that. The enemy who's being fighting off, I believe that's Edomite, that system. So coming from, it can be more than one nation that's going to come against the saints. It can be more than one nation, not just a particular color. That's who I'm saying is going to be punished and fall under the Edomite system. But that Edomite system, I know you'll see that in the Bible, that covers a wide range of colors, a wide range of nations and different people. That's all I'm saying. But you know,
yeah, so now you clarified it, because I thought you were using it when you were saying it's just a system, like a metaphor, and it's okay. So now we're on one accord. See,
it's got to be some humans to operate it. I mean, it got to be some humans that's running it, and whoever that is, they don't have Christ. Now let me make this more plainer. I believe that it falls under the people who do not have Christ, whoever those people are. But now, right now, here we go. When I went to Edom, let me ask you this. Right now, we know for a fact that there's a physical land of Eden, right?
Correct.
Okay, now, if we go there today or tomorrow and interview one of those people that live in that land, I don't know whether they're going to call themselves an Edomite. If they do call themselves an Edomite, are you going to tell them that this is not Rome? I mean, how will you walk them through that?
Okay, run that by me. Say that one more time so I can get your full understanding.
Okay. Now, in Jewish literature, especially the ones that don't believe in Messiah, that has something against Christianity, which I said last time, I don't support that. That's matter of fact, that's the synagogue of Satan. then somebody gonna take this and clip this. Anybody don't believe in Jesus Christ, any Israelite, Jew, whoever, I don't care what color, you the synagogue of Satan, period. Now, so what I'm saying is this. I don't know how I got on that, but here we go. I don't know how I got on that, but here we go. In the land of Eden that's present today. I don't know how I got on that. Where that come from? In the land of Eden that's present today. If we go there right now, me and you go there right now, and we talk to some people living in the land, I don't know whether them people gonna call themselves an Edomite or not. I don't know. But say, for instance, if they call themselves an Edomite, and I'm gonna put on that an Edomite Christian, are you gonna tell them that they are not because Edom is Rome? You said, what you gonna tell that person? Now we are in the physical land of Edom.
No. Yeah. It's just like I can't say a Canadian who's in Canada, Ontario, Canada is not a Canadian, but
How would you walk them through that? How would you walk them through? How would you walk them through? How would you walk them through a believing Edomite? Now I'm not saying that. Matter of fact, you find literature you're gonna say Edomite. There's some literature even current. So if they are in the land of Edom and call themselves an Edomite believer, I'm saying now I know they're not in that system. Would you agree?
I would say they have the name Edom because they in that land called Edom. But if you look at the scriptures, I will bring them down. I will look at the scripture and that their ancestors who migrated into Europe and then into Germany, Poland, Russia, Ukraine, those people are their ancestors migrated in them who are now in charge now, and the Bible calls them Edom because those are the nations that put the children of Israel, or specifically Judah, into captivity. And I will explain to them, though you live in the land of Edom, Edom in itself is Edom in and of itself is the elite, or those people of their ancestors who migrated into those lands and are now characterized in the Bible as Edom. Not the people that, for instance, you got blacks here in the United States who are Americans. People call them, but they're Americans. But are blacks part of are blacks in this wicked system? Yes, because they have to live within the system, but they are not in and of themselves of this white supremacy system, if that makes sense.
So are you saying that? So sound like you kind of zeroing in just a little bit. Are you saying the Edomite system is specifically white supremacy?
Well, yeah, it's a part of it. I do believe the Edomite system is part of it because they are the one. And the reason why I say that, because their ancestors, who were basically, like I said, I believe Esau is Rome. Esau are those people, the untouchables. I believe Esau is part of this white supremacy system who enslaved us, who made us into chattels, who put the blacks into chattel slavery, and a lot of them are Edomites by ancestry.
When you say part, you see, and I like that word part, because when you use words like that, that give yourself some wiggle. So you're not saying an absolute, because that means that you are saying it could be these folk and some others.
I'm saying that the people who living in the land, let me just clarify it and break it down. The people in the land who are in the land of Edom now are Edomites.
Okay.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
The people who live in Canada right now are Canadians. People who live in the United States are Americans. But are they the people that's controlling these European nations? No, they're regular citizens like you and I, paying taxes, paying the consumer powers, paying the DTE energy and everything like that. But they're not the elite who controls this white supremacist system. Who a lot of them were Ashkenazis and some Sephardic, and some Japhet people. It's just a fact. You know, they migrated in the north, and then they went into Khazaria, and then they decided to not to go with Christianity or Mohammedanism. They decided to go with the Jews, and so they sent their people to the Babylonian academies and Talmud, but they're still part of Edom, because the judgment and the prophecies of Edom is that they are the ones who did this to God's elect. And I ain't talking about
are some of those people of color as well, the Edomite?
yeah. Some of them are Canaanites. Psalms 83 shows the confederacy, but the first one they name is Edom. When the Messiah comes back, he is going to destroy those nations, and the blood that's on his garments, because he just came out of Basra, which is Edom. So there's people. So those nations that has enslaved his elect, enslaved Jacob, Israel, Judah, are Edom, in my opinion. People can dance around that, but they are. So my main point is this: when you first said it, when you said system, I took it, and I can admit that maybe I misunderstood you, or I was wrong in understanding what you were saying. I thought you were using it as a metaphor. It was just some system, but now you clarified it and I clarified it, then I don't have no problem with what you're saying, because it is a system is people.
Cool.
All right.
Now, what happened to Alan? I'm quite sure we probably ain't debating today. Alan jumped out. I guess he got tired.
Yeah, we have to do the debate another time, maybe.
Because Berean probably knocked out. But just let it be known, Alan, that I was ready, brother. I was ready for your pink man. I was ready for your pink man.
So in closing, I didn't. It was not my intention. I want everybody to hear this. It was not my intention to put Brother Benaiah Israel on blast. The conversation went from who is Esau and the Talmud and so forth. And so I brought that source to show, and Brother Benaiah showed the source that that's what Jews believe. And the Jews believe in the Talmud, particularly the rabbis. That's what they believe. That's their, for lack of a better word, that's their Bible. That's their common law. Any rabbi that go to for training, they teach on the Talmud, which are Jews. That's the only people that do it, and this is what that is what they believe. And I don't think Brother Benaiah Israel was saying that he didn't read the entire book, because I'm telling you right now, Brother Benaiah Israel has a lot of sources, and he's a very thorough researcher, and he just don't throw nothing up there for the sake of throwing something up there. That's my brother, and I know that for a fact. So, Elder Green, no, now that you clarified it and I clarified my position, okay, you can say if you want to a system, and that system are comprised of nations and of people who are in that system, who the Messiah is coming back to judge, fine, because Isaiah 63 says when he comes from Basra, he's gonna have blood on his garments from wiping those nations out who put his people into captivity.
And I want to make sure that I make this clear. I ain't up here telling nobody to go read the Talmud. I ain't telling nobody to go read the Mishnah. Make sure that's clear, because they like to clip stuff and all that kind of stuff, But if we are going to read it, let's make sure we read it and read what it says. I don't agree with everything in it. I made that clear. I don't agree with everything in the Mishnah. I made that clear. I'm saying I treated me throughout the bone, but I encourage nobody to go and try to, jump in it, because it bring up confusion. It bring up like this very, very, very example right now. People, just.
Well, yeah, I agree too. Hey, one thing, and I got to bounce. Just like I said, I believe the Talmud is wicked. It doesn't line up with the teachings of the Tanakh, which is the Torah, and the rest of the Old Testament doesn't line up with the Old Scripture. I believe you can read the Talmud. I don't encourage no babe in Christ or a person who is not senior or seasoned in studying the word because they can get tossed to and fro. My mere and people say, "Oh, that's a contradiction." How are you going to? No. Because you can for defense of the gospel, that was once delivered unto the saints. You have to know what the Quran says, what the writings of Shinto or Buddha. You, in order to defend, to bring out their heresies or things that go against the Bible, you have to read it. But I don't encourage no babe in Christ in the Mashiach to read it because they might get tossed to and fro. My thing is that you can glean the thought of people who adhere to that. You can glean cultural and certain things. You can glean dietary laws and other things for that. But I don't encourage it because, as I said, many times before, it's wicked. All right.
Well, before you bounce off, Bruce, I agree with you that we definitely would need to shield babes in the faith, I call them, from other world religions that could trip them up. That studying other world religions is for someone who's rooted in season in the word and study and know why they believe what they believe. I totally agree with it. It's something you said earlier, and I wanted to just in fairness kind of push back on. You were saying that we Christians don't come at Jews and Orthodox Jews or whichever Jewish community hold to the Talmud and a lot of the wicked, as you call it, the wicked beliefs in the Talmud, which I agree. That's some of that stuff you mentioned is definitely wicked. However, what my pushback would be that they are not Christians. They don't claim to be Christians, and they're unbelievers basically. So them believing in wicked, unbelievers believing in wickedness is not something that's I guess is part of course, in other words. So should we really be banging on Jews, unbelievers? Now, if they were claiming to be Christians and holding to their stuff, then yeah, in my opinion, you have a valid point. You understand where I'm coming from?
I understand. Excuse me. I understand what you were coming from, but I just see, in all due respect, a little hypocrisy because the Christian, I would say this, Christendom will support them, send billions of dollars on. I'm talking about the churches, particularly evangelical Christian.
You're talking about Zionism and John Hagee and those folks, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and a lot, including some African American churches. I guess my thing is the hypocrisy to me, in all due respect, is that I don't see the pushback on them, but they will support them, will be silent in what they do, what they say. But when you got Israelites such as Elder Green, myself, Benaiah Israel, Minister Tayu, Minister Yakoba, Sister E, the brother from Truth Unedited, Sister Shonda, and Pastor Kelly, and all of us who believe in the Messiah and the doctrines, just because we believe that we are the people of the book, we don't get the same scrutiny as them, and that's my problem.
But Bruce, hold on now. How many Jews are coming to these spaces?
That doesn't matter. It can still be taught.
Bruce, because in the same manner how I asked you the question about do you go down to minister to Jews and evangelize and talk about callings and whatnot, you got to have the same message for yourself. That one, who's coming to these spaces in our communities, what doctrines are being presented. So in the same manner how I asked Elder Green about man dying for his sins, that is going to Jewish thought and Jewish apologetics to showcase about certain things in Scripture. So are you being fair to us?
Yes, that's totally fair because this is why.
You come around here, Bruce, you come around here and you ban on Christianity, you call us Eurocentric, you said this and that, right? Then come around with different doctrines, not about who they are as a people ethnicity, but a doctrine that their folks are tied to an ethnicity, saying that they understand Scripture better, about prophecy, how prophecy being fulfilled, to which we debate about the 400 years, things of that nature. So are you being fair to us? And are you in a broad brush where we're just bashing everyone who claims to be Israel because they're black?
I'm being fair because I just see I just see a double standard, and I think. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. And I just think that just because I don't go in front of a synagogue and say, but still, I don't see too many broadcasts where you all are talking about the Jews and what they believe in, but it's constantly what these Israelites believe. And then when I say what is and I use
Did Bruce cut out?
You dropped off, Bruce.
But hold on, but Bruce, if the book that you're using for a source about who Esau is called the Talmud, and we're debating that, isn't that going against Jewish? Elder Green, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that going against Jewish sources? If folks in Israel are using Jewish sources of the Talmud and things of that nature, are we killing two birds with one stone in terms of doctrine, not in terms of ethnic? I don't know. Because Bruce is saying we're doing something we actually are doing. There are folks who bring Talmudic points and they say it's revelation, but no, it's a rejection of the New Testament.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Well, let me say this real quick to what Bruce was. The charge he's making against us is we don't, and I hope as people are hearing, we don't just sit up here and just pick on people, not on this channel, sit up and just pick on people who profess to be Israelites. If you're a Christian, you claim to be a believer in Jesus Christ, and you call yourself an Israelite, or you identify as an Israelite, the beef as far as I have seen, other outside of Berean's bad grandchildren, the beef has always been about doctrine. I'm just keeping it 100. The beef has always been about doctrine and other things that have been said that people get called out on, and they don't want to be held accountable. And that's where the beef comes from. It's not about someone claiming to be an Israelite. I've been knowing Messianic Jews for years, decades, man. I've never gotten into it with them just because they profess to be a Messianic Jew.
And then, I ain't talking about no. Messianic Jews pretty much believe in the Messiah, but the Orthodox Jews or majority of Ashkenazi Jews, they don't have the same beliefs as Messianic Jews, because, as a matter of fact, they call them heretics anyway because they believe in Mashiach.
Right.
Right.
Bruce, I think you're missing the point I'm making. The point you were getting on us about being unfair to because we don't go at the Orthodox Jews who hold to the Talmud, but we jump on some of the Israelites that have come on this channel, who believe in Jesus Christ. And I'm making the point is we haven't come at them because of them professing to be Israelites. We've come at them for doctrinal issues and because they claim to be believers in Jesus Christ. Now, if they were just coming on here and they were just claiming to be Orthodox Jews, we could push back, but other than that, they're unbelievers. We ain't not going to keep going back and forth with no unbelievers about doctrine. You know what I'm saying? But you got people that's coming on here claiming to be believers and spewing all kind of wild theories and stuff and conspiracies in scripture. No, we have to push back on that stuff, man. So the 400 years is a conspiracy, and we gonna push back on it. We gonna keep pushing back on it. So that's my point. Is that I think your criticism of us is a little unfair. It's like we're just targeting Israelites. We're not.
That's what it appears. I know you all don't believe in it for 400 years, but the birth pains that are being shown around the world and the rattling, the rattling of the bones of Ezekiel, showing that Israel will come alive and become alive again, and will start discovering that who they are. That's the prophecy of the dry bones. And we're saying as this is part of the 400-year prophecy, not all of it, But I don't want to get into 400-year prophecy because I believe in the 400-year prophecy. The problem is this with the 400-year prophecy that a lot of people don't see it from an Israelite perspective. Some Israelites don't see it, but some of us do. We see through a glass darkly, but in the end we will see. And here's the thing too. When we had the Julian calendar.
But that's a debatable issue, though, Bruce.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
You're
we're
right.
gonna debate that. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the thing: the Julian calendar and the Gregorian calendar, that has that we currently go by right now, has put certain dates out of whack. So we're going to just have to wait and see. And I personally believe there is a 400-year prophecy, but I don't want to get into that, because that's a debate. Am I one that make it an essential for our salvation? No, I don't think anybody does. I don't think Dante. I don't think Teu. I don't think any of them do.
Yeah, go ahead, Ellie.
Can I jump in? I'm about to go. I don't know if Berean listening or not, but so we're not gonna do the debate today, Dumas, right?
No.
Okay.
And Ellie, before you go, I have one question. I want Bruce to be on to hear the answer. But go ahead.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So but go ahead, ask your question. After that, I'm going. Yeah.
All right. So now, with the Sanhedrin, with Hillel II, the last of this is during the time of Constantine, right?
Okay. Hillel II. Okay.
The Sanhedrin had a power and authority given them from heaven, right, to make judgments, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So if Hillel wanted to use a calculated calendar, would that go against the Most High, or is that okay? Instead of using luminaries to go to using a calculated calendar, is that an issue?
Well,
because he sat in the seat of Moses.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Now, my answer to that, because I'm be honest, I'm not too familiar with the Hillel calendar subject. But this is what I will say. My answer to that, Dunamis, is going to be something that I personally believe that predates Hillel and that whatever calendar that is, as far as the Shabbat and the observance of the Shabbat and when it failed. So if your question is connecting to the observances for the new moon, the Sabbaths, and so forth, and specifically dealing on the Sabbath, I have sources that help me to conclude that the Sabbath is basically during first century time the way it was observed, way it's being observed now.
Bruce?
Yeah. No, so that's what me and Elder Green part.
No.
It's respectful too. We just disagree.
If you want to, we can. And like I said, I don't debate these other here, but if you want to, hey, I'm doing something now. Like I guess I'm kind of doing, because this ain't a salvation issue. That the Sabbath and when it fell and how to observe, it's not a salvation issue. So y'all heard me say a lot of time, I'm only going to debate something I can prove. So I basically think I can prove that the Sabbath observance is pretty much like we're doing today. Doing first century, it would have been pretty much like we're doing today. Doing first century like we're doing today. I believe I can prove that. But it's not a salvation thing. It's not a big thing. If you want to, Bruce, me, you can get up and address about it.
Yeah, that's fine. But when you say observance, you're saying today's Sabbath is the Sabbath of the Bible.
When I say today, I'm talking about that come at the end of the week, like
Saturday.
Yeah, Friday evening, from Friday evening to Saturday evening.
Okay, so so I disagree. I think that I disagree. Yeah, we can do a discussion or a debate on that.
Okay,
and I'll be more than happy to.
Set it up. I'm down with that. Set it up. I'm down with that. Okay, I'm out. Shalom.
Okay.
All
right, shalom. Bruce, you heading out?
Yeah, in a second. You said you had another question, or was that it?
No. So, Bruce, at the end of the day, if we're seeing folks in terms of viewing prophecy, right, that are going along with how the Mishnahs, the Talmud, the rabbis without Messiah, how they viewed it, is that an issue?
It is.
Okay.
You know why?
Go ahead.
Because many of the prophecies concerning they don't believe. See, those current people who are rabbinic Jews right now, they think they're the people of the book. You know, and the problem is this: in order to understand prophecy, you first have to nail down who are the people. You have to understand that the prophecies are for a certain, and I'm in terms of the nation of Israel. I'm not talking about the church, because I believe the church have been grafted in. I believe they are children of the Most High Yah. So let's make that clear, because I don't want y'all thinking I don't believe Christians, true Christians. I don't believe the RCCs are true Christians unless they're born again. You know, but what I'm saying is the prophecies are for the nation of Israel to come back to their land. The prophecy is that, and that's part of the 400-year prophecy, that they're going to be going back to their land. And so what I'm saying is those Talmudic believers, I'll put it that way, they don't believe that because they think they're the people of the book. And what we're saying, as Israelite people, are saying, no, you can't understand prophecy in its totality because you think you're the people, you're not. You have to find out who are the people. And then from there, you can line up scripture to understand who the Messiah is, who his people were, and are. And then you can understand that. But coming from a Talmudic perspective, they're off because, for instance, I'll give you an example. Those Zionists and some of those Orthodox Jews, they believe that 1948 was a fulfillment of prophecy of bringing the Jews back in the land, when the scripture clearly shows that Messiah is going to come and gather Judah back from the four corners and put them back in the land. And the only, and Judah was the ones that were put in captivity to the in the four corners of the earth. So their understanding is different. So they can't understand biblical prophecy because they think they don't understand who the true people are, but they will.
All right, hold on, Bruce. We got like 5 minutes, brother. I'm just trying to play this so we can show what we're talking about. Bennett, there's a video, same video. All right, fair use.
Only did writers know that the children of the rebellious house of Judah were sent into slavery.
Hold on,
to the four corners of the earth.
Pause it. Did he not say not only did writers, plural? He didn't say this writer. He said writers. All right, continue.
Hi, Bruce. All right.
They also knew who held the children of Judah captive.
They,
and
plural.
For that, let's read a quick reference from Modern Judaism from a book that was written in the 1800s. And it reads, first, that the descendants of Esau, the sworn enemies.
All right, so he said a reference. He said they, because he's not saying this particular author. And he said, so from there, let's read a quick reference from Modern Judaism. So Benaiah is not saying what Kobe is postulating. All right, continue.
I'm gonna but hold on. One thing, one of the arguments, Bruce, is you can have an argument, but if a source isn't going in line to the thing, the source should be thrown out or redacted.
But when Benaiah first started, he said writers believe, and then he said they, and here is one source from Modern, and then he quoted. He didn't say, well, this guy's a Christian, and he didn't say this is a Talmud. He used a source. Okay, continue.
I don't know if we have time. I'll pull Kobe's up because it had to do part with what some things you said and something B'nai Israel said. So it's not just what the video says, also what you said during that time.
All right, go ahead.
Of the descendants of Jacob, even to the end of the world, were at first a small nation, inhabiting Mount Seir and the adjacent country, contiguous to the land of Canaan, that they were easily confined within their own limits, as long as the Israelites enjoyed a great and formidable empire in Canaan. But that after the powerful republic of the 12 tribes was destroyed by the Assyrians and the Babylonians, they wonderfully increased in numbers and strength, extended their dominion towards the west, spread their colonies far and wide, subjugated Italy, founded Rome and the Roman Empire, at length entirely overturned the Jewish state, which had been restored after the termination of the Babylonians.
And then real quick, Bruce.
Hold on, let it keep going. Let it keep going. I want to hear it.
Bruce, how can you pause? I can't pause.
Yeah, you can pause. You can pause.
Right. We can pause. We got one pause. I let it play. I just let it play. Cause
I want you to the follow up from this. Then he goes into the scripture because you conveniently want to stop brother B'nai Israel explaining it because he compares. Dunamis. Brother Benaiah goes into a scripture after that to bring out his point, and you cut it off from there. But continue.
I'm gonna let it play because I don't want to hear no foul play from the Christian side that we doing wrong. I'm gonna let it play. No conspiracy.
Babylonian captivity. The second temple being destroyed by Titus Vespasian, and that in the present day, professing the religion of Jesus of Nazareth, which they were the first of all nations to embrace. They hold the dominion over all Europe. Esau detaining in captivity his brother Jacob, at least as far as regards the tribe of Judah, till his Messiah, Ben David or Yeshua, shall appear. So during the time of the 1800s, these writers wrote that the descendants of Esau detained in captivity his brother Jacob, at least as far as regards the tribe of Judah. And just to read a little bit more, it reads, secondly, that the prophecies of the prophets against Esau, Edom, Seir, and the cities of Edom, especially those of Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Obadiah, have not yet received their full accomplishment, for that thou, the house of Esau, has experienced some particular judgments of God on account of the injuries at different periods of time and afflicted upon Israel. Yet the final vengeance on account of that last and greatest injury, the destruction of the second temple by Titus, and listen, the transportation of the Jews into captivity, in which they are still most opprobriously detained, is yet impending over it to be executed in the time of the Messiah. All right. Well, as you can see, this reference points to the Jews being in captivity to Esau. And according to the scriptures, that they would remain in captivity or in the land of their captivity until the Messiah returns. Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 10. Therefore, fear thou not, O my servant Jacob, saith Yah, neither be dismayed, O Israel, for lo, I will save thee from afar, and thy seed from the land of their captivity. Now, as a whole, there's really only one people on the face of the earth that as a people still live in the land that they once served as captives. And it is the same people that were scattered across the four corners of the earth via the transatlantic slave trade. And it is also the same people that were placed on the west coast of Africa in great numbers by the expulsion edicts and by the Inquisition. All right, so let's keep reading. It says, I will save thee from afar, and thy seed, your children, from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall return, and shall be in rest, and be quiet, and none shall make him afraid. For I am with thee, saith Yah, to save thee, though I make a full end of all nations, whether I have scattered thee. Yet will I not make a full end of thee, but I will correct thee in measure, and will not leave thee altogether unpunished. For thus saith Yah, thy bruise is incurable, and thy wound is grievous. There is none that plead thy cause, that thou mayest be bound up, that has no healing medicines. All thy lovers have forgotten thee. They seek thee not. For I have wounded thee with a wound of an enemy, with the chastisement of a cruel one. For the multitude of thine iniquity, or the word iniquity means lawlessness, so it means for the multitude of thine lawlessness, because of thy sins, breaking of the commandments, which sins were increased. Let's read that again. It says, for the multitude of thine lawlessness, because thy sins were increased. Verse 15 reads, why criest thou for thine affliction? Thy sorrow is incurable for the multitude of thine lawlessness. Because thy sins were increased, I have done these things unto thee. Therefore, all they that devour thee shall be devoured. All thine adversaries, every one of them, shall go into captivity. And they that spoil thee shall be a spoil. And all they that prey upon thee will I give for a prey. For I will restore health unto thee. I will heal thee of thy wounds, saith Yah. Because they called thee an outcast.
Okay.
Bro, all
right. See that now you see the context of what Benai Israel was saying. And again, brother, and I would bring that to Kobe too. Listen, Benai Israel started off saying, writers say. Then he said, here's one writer from modern Judaism, and then he said, he said, these writers, they say, and then he goes into what that person said. Kobe wants to bring out, oh no, this is a Christian writer. That has nothing to do with the point that Benai Israel was saying.
Bruce, you gotta remember, Bruce. We can go back to the video because, if I'm not mistaken,
and they call him a Jewish writer.
Yeah.
He said he said Jewish writers. He said this will write. See, even before at the end, he was saying writers say that. He said he prefaced what he was saying at the beginning, and he said it in the middle, like they, meaning plural. Then at the end, he said writers, and he kept saying writers. So Benai Israel is not saying.
I agree with that. He's saying plural, but what the point is that he's trying to prove that this is the mindset of modern Jewish writers. The brother,
well, yeah, it is.
The man that he quoted was not Jewish. The book, the man that he was using was not Jewish. That's the problem.
But the Talmud is part of Jewish writers, and there's other writers.
But he wasn't quoting directly from the Talmud. He was quoting different modern writers. He was quoting modern Jewish writers. He was talking about modern Jewish thought, modern Jewish writers, and he used that one specific writer.
And he said, "Here's one
as a Jewish writer," but he wasn't. As it turns out, he's not a Jewish writer. He doesn't even believe that stuff. That's the beef.
Jay, the beef is you all are trying to grab at gnats and straws instead of looking at what Benai was saying. He kept saying writers, and then he said they. That one particular source is not a they, that's one. And then he, in the end, he said writers also blah 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 blah. So Benai Israel is saying that this is what writers believe. Rabbis who are trained to become rabbis in Rabbinic Judaism today, they go by the Talmud. So it's no reason for you all not to believe that he was talking about writers and other sources. Because Benai Israel got hundreds, thousands of sources, but this particular, I submit to you, which you all can disagree, that he's talking about writers, and he said they, and then at the end he said writers again. So this is not the only source that B'nai Israel is talking about, but he used modern Jewry, this one in that. And so Coley want to say, oh no, he's talking about this particular writer is a Christian, and Benaiah didn't know he was quoting. How do you know Benaiah didn't? How did Coley know Benaiah didn't know that was a Talmudic source that was quoted?
Well,
that's just making an assumption.
Well, he referred to him as a Jewish source, though, not a Talmudic source. He referred him as a modern Jewish source.
That's who the Jews believe. That's their common law. So he did not lie.
But the guy he was like you said, he's got thousands of sources. Why choose this guy who's not even Jewish and don't believe that stuff?
Oh, J Mac, my point.
That's what Kobe was trying to say.
Yeah, but Kobe is trying to. Kobe is doing just like a lot of these people, like Garfield and Abood. They try to get a got you, so you can make B'nai Israel seem like he's some false. Some false prophet or some false Israelite, and put them in the same category as some of these camps. No, B'nai Israel did an excellent job in bringing out what modern Jewry believe in terms of who is Esau. That's his whole point. And then he ended it saying these writers, and then he brought the scriptures into showing you how that correlated what was in that particular writer, saying that Esau and the judgment is coming on Esau, and he brought up Deuteronomy, I think it was 30 or 32, showing what's going to happen to them. So he did an excellent job. And yet he wanted to bring out that, that foolish, oh, that was a Christian writer. Why didn't B'nai Israel? That wasn't his point. So we can agree to disagree.
Well, I mean, yeah, but it would be like me saying, okay, I'm on here making a point about a certain belief system, and then I use a source as my, I use a source about creation and when I believe the worlds were formed, and I believe how things played out from the beginning, and I use a source from a book from a guy who is pretty much espousing the same beliefs, to supplant my point, and then someone comes along and go and look at the source, and it turns out to be an atheist who's mocking it, doesn't even believe in it. That's kind of what Kobe is saying your boy did.
No, that's not what Kobe's saying. That's not what Kobe's saying. Kobe, that's not what Kobe is saying. Because I don't think he read the entire thing. How do you just assume that B'nai Israel didn't read that whole book? He got plenty of books. He got books going back to the 14. He got sources going all the way back to the 1400s, 1300s, 16, 17, 18, all the way up to today. And he's just going to automatically assume. I don't think that's you. You cannot say that. B'nai Israel started off saying from the beginning, Jewish writers believe this. And he said, here's one source. And that's what he did. He didn't say that particular. He said writers. And then he said, and they, talking about Jewish writers, believe this. Then at the end, he said these writers, plural. So, Kobe is trying to get a got you to B'nai Israel. And I see exactly what he's doing, what he tried to do, because, and also I know for a fact that that's what these rabbis believe. It's taught in the Talmud. So B'nai Israel did not lie. He did not try to deceive people. He was right on point. And we just have to agree to disagree.
Bruce, let me ask you this. Is B'nai Israel using the point from the Jewish writers to showcase the point about captivity by Esau?
He's using the point of writers. What in this particular part of the video, because it was over an hour, I believe, to the best of my recollection. He was using the point to show what Jewish writers believe
about captivity, right?
About who Esau is, and then but that particular source went into the captivity and so forth. but they believe, and I could
remember back because Bruce, I think because that's the point. That's the point you're not seeing, right?
no. Go back to the beginning. Go back to the beginning because you can't.
I don't have to go to the beginning because he says at the end talking about captivity.
Have not yet received their full accomplishment, for that thou, the house of Esau, has experienced some particular judgments.
Okay, go to the beginning.
Bro, I'm not going to the beginning. I'm saying, Brooks not missing it. I'm saying he's using this point from the Talmud about captivity, right? And Rome and that kind of stuff to showcase the whole thing about the prophecy with the papal bull. That's what I'm hearing from the papal bulls, that kind of stuff.
And so what's your question?
He's using Talmudic interpretation to interpret the facts about prophecy and things of that nature.
No, he ain't using Talmudic interpretation. He's showing you what. Okay.
He's showing what the Jews believe, and with that belief, he goes into Deuteronomy 30 about captivity and things of that nature. So here's a viewpoint of with prophecy, the papal bulls, Rome, and Esau is going into the fact about Esau having folks in captivity, Esau is Rome, that kind of stuff. That's a Talmudic viewpoint. That's a rabbinic viewpoint.
Are they Jews?
Huh?
Are they Jews?
Is Esau Jews?
No. Are the people who studied the Talmud, are they Jews?
Yeah.
Right. So that's what he was saying. He said these writers, writers believe, he's talking about Jewish people. Then he said, here's one writer. Then he quoted the name of the source, and then he went into describing what that one particular writer wrote in that source. You all don't get it.
No, Bruce, let me explain like this. New Agers believe that we have a third eye behind in our pineal gland, right?
Yep.
Okay, now I start quoting some Bible verses, right? From that claim. Would you say I'm a New Ager by doing that?
I don't know.
I'm using New Age claim to go into about the third eye. I'm gonna have some Bible verses. He's using a Talmudic view, right? A rabbinic view about captivity, Esau, Rome, that kind of stuff, right? Waiting on the Messiah. The viewpoint coming from the rabbis and Talmud, not from the New Testament. Using Deuteronomy 30, the Old Testament. That's what we're saying, Bruce.
Everything is context. And dunamis. What I'm saying, the third eye thing, even that your example has to do with context. But Israel was bringing up a subject matter, and he was showing that writers believe that which are the Jews believe Esau is Rome, and he said, here's one source. That's what he says. He didn't go into the writer of this book. He said, here's one source talking about the book, and he read that, and as B'nai Israel is narrating what's being vocalized, then he says they. Okay, so he's not talking about that one writer because again he used a plural sense of they, talking about Jewish writers.
Bruce.
Only people that believe in the Talmud dunamis are Jews. So B'nai Israel did not lie. He did not try to obfuscate. He told the truth. The problem is you are trying to find something that is just ridiculous.
Bruce, let me ask you this: if you're on court, if you're at court, right?
Yep.
And so let's say they have let me not use DNA. They have a witness that can talk about logistics, right? To where someone was scamming money, there's a logistics expert, right? Now, what he's saying is true, right? But I'm trying to get it right. Basically, bro, let me get to the point of it. The evidence being presented by saying they, and this is your key focal evidence, and there's issues with this to show that this is not the consensus, and this is more of a Talmudic view to go into prophecy with the Bible. That's the error that comes up for me. You're not saying that these are Jews still waiting on the Messiah to come. Now, to tie this to us, to our believers, and say the Messiah has already come, is contradictory to the stance. Are we waiting for the Messiah to come, or has he come already, Bruce?
Messiah already came the first time.
Yeah, so this stance is showing that they're waiting for the Messiah to come. And it was a sample of how they talk about Esau. This could go back to what Elder Green said from the Jewish Encyclopedia. Esau is symbolic of wicked nation, wicked system. Not that Esau is exactly Rome.
I think you're misunderstanding what the writer is saying, because the writer, the point is, the writer is quoting the source out of the Talmud, and the writer and B'nai Israel is quoting a source that is Jewish, who are people who believe in the Talmud. That person, that writer, from the beginning, prior to B'nai Israel started narrating it, said it was ridiculous. He was a Christian. He said it was ridiculous, fallacious, something that's just foolish, pretty much. I'm not quoting him verbatim, you know. Then he goes into what the thought is, and he started. Then B'nai Israel, from that point, started quoting what they believe, which was Jewish writers, plural. Okay. Now, in that narrative, hold on. In that narrative, that Jewish source starts showing that Esau is Rome, and what they have done based on Talmudic beliefs, which are Jews. Then it goes into from what they have done and putting us in captivity until the Mashiach comes, which is in Rabbinic Judaism. And that Rabbinic Judaism is showing that from the Talmud and possibly the Torah, where they're getting it from, because I don't know where they're getting it from, but for the most part, they are talking about the judgment on those who put his elect, particularly Judah, and spread them to the four corners of it and put them in captivity. There's nothing wrong with absolutely nothing wrong with what B'nai Israel said, because he, from the beginning, said Jewish writers. So he's not talking about that writer. He said, here is one source. Then B'nai goes into explaining or narrating what that particular source, which happened to be Talmudic, says. And in that particular narrative that he quoted, he went on and said that Esau is Rome, and how they put Jacob into captivity, particularly Judah, until the Messiah had come. He quoted how the different Old Testament sources show the synergy between Obadiah and so forth, and the judgment coming on there. That's not saying he's talking about a different Messiah or when the Messiah first comes. He's talking about the judgment and the prophecies of it. So you all are getting it mixed up.
Well, Bruce, you're right. We're obviously not going to agree. As far as we can see, Benaiah was using that guy as a modern Jewish writer, a modern Jewish source, and he's not.
But JT, real quick, but he said from the beginning writers. He said writers. Then he said they.
I know, but he messed up using that guy. Let's just keep it 100. He shouldn't have used that guy. He should have used somebody
there's nothing
else.
wrong with him using that guy.
Yeah, but
because
he claimed that guy was a modern Jewish writer, and
he did not say that he was a modern Jew. He said writers said, and then he said writers have said. So whether or not that particular source contains Talmudic verbiage or source, it's still Jewish writers.
Okay, well we're not going to agree with that, but I wanted to point something out to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Kobe was in the chat. He can't come on the panel right now. But he said he wanted to apologize for his tone. Not that he changed position that he was making, but he wanted to apologize for his tone and the way he was coming at you. So just want because you may not have seen it.
No, I didn't see it because but listen, because Kobe have to understand a huge part of Berean's audience is in Detroit. I work in a capacity where I'm going after real criminals. I ain't stopping everyday people and so forth. I'm in a capacity where I could get killed or my family can get killed, and you calling me an oppressor. I'm working in I would just say an undercover position. So here's the thing. It's not right for him to call me an oppressor or call me the man and expose me because I use my name so people can figure that people are not dumb. So I find I found that to be disrespectful for him to do that to a person. You can't do that to an officer. You can't do that to a federal officer, FBI, DIA, federal marshals. You can't do that. And I find that it was very disrespectful. I found that that he don't understand I'm an oppressor. No, when Coleman A. Young came into Detroit and changed that racist system and brought officers in there, I believe black people should police in our community. And a lot of people believe that because if you get all white, then you get all these different things. But I thought that Covey said Bruce the oppressor, the officer, I thought that was totally disrespectful and exposing me to possibly getting harmed and exposing my family for possibly getting harmed. I thought that was totally disrespectful. But since he is a man of honor and he put that in the chat and allowed you to convey that to me, I totally accept his apology. I totally accept his apology, but I just want him to understand the gravity of what he's doing when he did that. But see, now he apologized and his tone, and it wasn't malicious, but at the time it was. So Brother Colby, if you're listening, we're good, bro. All right.
Yeah. Well, apparently the Holy Spirit convicted him about his tone. So, not that he don't disagree with you, but
no, we can.
How we communicate with each other matters is basically what he's saying.
But I even when by Colby saying that, because sometimes me and Colby joke back and forth in the chat. I don't really think it was malicious, but I don't realize. I don't think he realized what he was doing when he was saying that. But Colby, if you're listening, I totally accept your apology because that showed me you're a man of honor for doing that and doing it within the chat. So we're good, bro. Hey, y'all, I got to get ready to go. All right. So, hey, thanks for the dialogue. But I'm telling y'all, Benai Israel was not trying to do anything fallacious, and he was on point. He told the truth. He brought that Jewish. He brought one Jewish source, but he was saying writers. He kept saying writers, and he said they, talking about writers. And then at the end, he was saying writers, plural. So that's not the only one. He was right on point, and it was a great work. All right, family, I got to go. Shalom. And thanks for the dialogue, JT, Dunamis, Duran, Alan, and Elder Green.
Shalom.
Shalom.
All right, so JT, any closing thoughts?
Yeah, I'm of the old school. I believe my line there is I guess we just see things differently. Sometimes when you run in certain circles, there's some things it's hard to see it's hard to see everything for what it is. So I would never use, like I use the example of myself, talking about creation and the beginning of what I believe, how the earth was formed, and how God created everything and brought everything about. But then I'm using an atheist as a source and not realizing I'm using the atheist as a source. And then some other atheists, go and actually look up the source and realize that it's an atheist mocking Christianity. But that would kind of make me look kind of foolish. Even if I gave, 10 other sources, that one particular source, that would suggest that I didn't even vet that source. I just threw it out there. And am I off base here? Help me out, Dunamis. Maybe you can help me understand better. If you're talking, Dunamis, you're muted.
Yeah. I think we should have a system doing.
Huh?
Yeah. You know what? Because there's some folks who are nitpicking, but it's the whole standpoint about how do we view the sources? You know what I'm saying? What's the argument being made? If the source itself goes against the argument, is it a good source to use? You know what I'm saying?
Right. I would never use a source that undermines my argument. I would, I'll just, and yeah, the Talmud got some issues, and some Jews believe it, but the guy, who was quoting from the Talmud did not believe it, and so to use him doesn't make any sense. That was the point I was. You might as well just either go straight to the Talmud or use other real Jewish sources. You know what I'm saying? There are plenty of them out there, but I just think on that particular source, Benaiah got caught with his pants down because he I don't think he vetted that one. He couldn't have it. He wouldn't have used it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, those are my thoughts. But thanks for having me on today, brother. And I guess we'll see if Elder Green and Bruce get into more of this debate and see what comes of that.
Yeah, now that's what I look forward to the luminaries. So we got to see how that plays out.
Okay, brother. Have a good day.
All right. All right. Yeah. I see. More than around, it's also about double standards. Because had it been a Christian use a source to say something, how many people will vet that source and tear it apart? So in that same manner, are we doing the same thing with other people? Are we using the same metric and standard on our own viewpoints? That's what we have to do. Going back to the point of the video about how scholars will tear apart, quote, Christian or Israelite or Jewish sources, saying it's not real and this and that, but are they using the same metrics on other sources? Or can they be torn apart? That's what we have to do. And I keep saying, and what we've been talking about with the Talmud, there's a viewpoint, there's a diversity in Jewish thought. Not everyone follows does everyone follow the Talmud in its exactness throughout? Or is it an argument to where you even have different viewpoints, different camps today? And then oh yeah. I think his PayPal is Berean. Hold on. His PayPal is Berean Teach. His Holy Seed, let me ask you a question. When Christians put up stuff, do you go to ask the Christians themselves? You know what I'm saying? When people make videos, do you put in comments, why don't you go ask the Christian yourself, or do you just let it ride? Are we using the same standard throughout? That's the question. When people make videos about this channel, other Christian channels, right? Do you put in the chat that why don't you go ask them yourselves or go talk to them directly? Why are you making a video about this? Are you using the same metric that you're saying to us? That's the whole standpoint of double standards. That's what people got to realize. That if someone makes a video about this video, me personally, no. Well, when you're on a panel, you should. Brother, what? Even though you're not on the panel, you're in the discussion. Because there's more than just a video. This goes beyond this channel. So in the community, do you hold that same metric and standard? JL Tart, do you hold the same metric and standard? Or are you holding one person at a higher esteem? All right. That's the question. Are we holding ourselves to the same manner of accountability? How can you assume someone didn't vet something without asking them? Exactly the same manner. You can assume that. We can assume the standpoint that when we're reading the source, and in the next line, like with the whole thing about Jews, how they're being dark in certain places, and then the next line said how they're blind when they're in Germany. If that goes against the narrative that's being presented, that brings the question, was the source really vetted? If in that same paper it talks about Esau being Rome and captivity, in a paragraph right above it talks about how there's some that believe this that's not true, that goes to the question, did they really read the whole source and vet it? And then Bruce said again about Jewish writers. if someone saying that this is a Jewish writer, and when you read the source and say that I'm a Christian, I don't hold to these views, that goes into, are they really written the source? That's how you can ask those questions about the points that are being made that goes contrary to the source that's being used. That's how you can ask those questions. Do they read the entirety of the text or just that portion? And no one's saying that's right or wrong, but it's a whole standpoint about if you're going to send an argument and this is your key witness to your argument, to what Bruce is saying, and it goes against your argument, it's not a solid argument. It's not a solid witness. Exchange the witness. That's the point. That's the point being made. But on that note, hold on. Here's that Holy See. What did Kobe apologize about? Did Kobe apologize about his tone and ad hominems, or did he apologize about the argument? That's what we're talking about right there. How you go? You just said earlier, go to the brother. What did Kobe apologize about? That brother, you might be a sister. My bad. You might be a sister. But his Holy See, that's what we're talking about. Kobe just, so now you're saying to me, talking about we gotta go to the source. Now you're saying the man did this and that. Okay. That's the point we're trying to make. That sometimes things can be misconstrued. Yeah, sister. Yeah, you're a sister. My bad. Plus Holy See. Yeah, so they're good in terms of the tone, but Kobe still stands by his argument about the sources how the source is being used. Do I think the Talmud is a stumbling block or a tool for spiritual enlightenment? It can be a stumbling block, but in the same measure, like one of the brothers pointed out earlier, when you read certain portion, it highlights certain things in scripture about why things were done a certain kind of way. And there are certain traditions that you don't find explicit in scripture that you have to go to other sources to understand. Like the marriage contract, the ketubah, is not in the Old Testament. You can't find it in the Tanakh. In fact, you have to go to the rabbis of Talmud to understand the marriage contract that we see held in place. So there's a point of using the Talmud for certain things to understand Jewish progression, but that is not in terms of spiritual enlightenment. Even though you have to be clarified on that. There could be certain things in Talmud to showcase things about scripture, that kind of stuff. That's the Apocrypha. You can find the Ketubah in the Apocrypha. That's but that's the whole thing. That's my viewpoint of the Talmud. The Talmud can show progression. There's certain things that are done and culturally that's not explicit in the Bible that people go to other sources to understand how to do it. So that comes down to you. I think certain people have a certain viewpoint to say that things that are explicit to everything in the Old Testament or culture, or that Jewish culture hasn't changed at all. Yeah, now you good. You good, His Holy Seed. No one. That's the whole thing. No one's perfect, but at the same point, we just gotta just make sure we hold the right thing. And like the Kara Israel. Why is the Talmud so disrespectful to Christ? Because those are later views. From my understanding, going back to the Talmud is not like a one-off. They wrote the Talmud at one time, so you're having a plethora of Jewish thought throughout the ages. How to view this, how to do that. You know what I'm saying? So then later on, thought dealing with Christ and in the matter how they're doing it, they didn't like the Christians, so that's why they wrote him in a bad sense. That's the whole standpoint. Those are later on. Those are later writings. So that's the whole thing with the Talmud. That's what Elder Green was saying, that there are certain things you chew the meat, spell the bones, to where I don't agree to this, but I do agree to this. But the whole argument is that if you try to say the Talmud is completely wicked and no one should do it, but at the standpoint you have certain viewpoints that go in line more with the Talmud than the New Testament, that raises an issue. If you are a New Testament believer. And then sometimes we question certain interpretation of prophecy. That where is it actually being drawn from? The inspiration, the interpretation of certain passages. Is it coming from how the New Testament believers would have viewed it, or is it coming from the rabbis? Some things the rabbis said were right. Some things they said in a lot of New Testament doesn't stand firm. I'm just waiting for Green so we can shut it down. I mean, unless there's any other questions. But that's the answer your question. That's the reason why.